Yo. Oh, I gotta reduce my camera size just a little bit. What's up, chefs? How y'all doing? Yo. Looks about right. Okay. There we go. That looks good. What's up, Shaz? What's up, Grunkle? What's up, Thorpe? How's it going, fellas? What's up, Island Reef? What's up, Carl? How are y'all doing? Ziggy, how y'all doing? Go ahead and throw the Twitch in here, pin it just in case anybody wants to go watch on Twitch. Started stacking a gemling and it's been fun leveling law. Nice, sounds good. Yeah, I watched a video. Empyrean Gaming made a video about like leveling his stat stacker, and it looked kind of funny. Or it seemed pretty interesting. In regards to the build, the current build, I will be like directly after this stream. I'm gonna start working on the video, and the Maxwell planner, the POB planner, the trade links, all that good stuff. I'm gonna get everything together for the finalized build video for the Spark Sorceress. I'm gonna start that process directly after this stream. And I anticipate that that video will go out probably tomorrow morning, if not tomorrow morning. Should be tomorrow. Don't know the exact timing on that, but ideally tomorrow morning. But we'll have to see if I can make that deadline or not. I'll probably go over like a little bit of the build related stuff here. I'm not gonna go into like too much detail though. Since the last stream, I honestly don't know exactly like what was done since the last stream. Since the most recent video, like the build update, there's obviously been a ton of changes. We went for the non-crit version instead of crit. Looking back on that, without having without having tested the crit version at the same level of investment, there's no real way for me to know for sure which one I prefer. Although the non-crit version certainly feels good, and my guess, my guess, what I believe to be very likely to be true is that the non-crit version is going to be cheaper. So I think and like you're gonna get, I guess, in POE 2 and I guess like a lot of games, you're gonna get to that point where you can do everything comfortably with the non-crit version, I think, for a better price than the crit version. The crit version obviously can probably scale harder than the non-crit version, but it's like you get to the point where that scaling starts to get really heavy diminishing returns because, there's not a huge difference between killing a boss in 0.5 seconds and 0.25 seconds. Like, it feels basically the exact same. You're not going to notice much of a difference there. So getting to the point with the non-crit version where you can just kind of obliterate everything, you can comfortably clear all the content, I think is going to be cheaper to do than the crit version. Of course, take that however you want, because like I said, I haven't tested the crit version at this investment, so I don't know if it would be performing better already or not. At least not, I don't know 100%. I've done some POB testing to get an idea, but I haven't gone the full length of trying to buy the items and price everything out, of course. But with that being said, I think to start the stream off today, I mentioned a couple days ago, yeah, I believe a couple days ago now, maybe it was yesterday actually, I'm not sure, but mentioned either yesterday or a couple days ago that today's stream is going to be relatively chill. I've got a couple of ideas for some additional videos outside of the Spark Sorceress final build guide that I'll be doing on the next couple of streams. Um, not going to spoil those quite yet exactly, or I will spoil one. One of them I'm going to be trying to do like 50 T4 Arbiter of Ashes. I'm going to do like an Arbiter of Ash farm. I'm going to try and do 50 of those. Unfortunately, the fragments are unbelievably expensive, so we need to make a little bit more Divine Orbs.
How can I help?
To be specific, I think for Fated Crisis, the expensive one, it's 145 Divine for 50 of the Fated Crisis fragments. We're at 100 Divine right now. We've still got, a fair bit of stuff to sell, or that is selling for a pretty good price, but there's just not as many people active right now, so stuff is selling a little slow, all things considered. But we're going to work on that stuff in the future streams. Today, we're going to start off by doing a little around the world, so to speak. I'm going to do a T4 Simulacrum, a T4 Zesht, I'm going to do a T4 Arbiter of Ash, I'm going to do a Trial of Chaos with the Trial Master, I'll probably do a Trial of Sekimus, and then we'll probably end it off with a T18 Delirious Juiced map on a, well, it's a tier 16, but we're going to do it on a Corruption Irradiation node, so it'll turn into a T18. Main reason for this is because I just want to confirm that the build is able to do everything comfortably, even though I'm quite confident that it can. But if we run into any issues, then, we'll resolve those if they happen. And if they do happen, then, we'll resolve them, like I said, figure out why it happened, what upgrades we need to make, if any, and then go from there. That way, when I post the build guide video tomorrow, I'll be, confident, like mentally confident that the build can clear all the content in the game. Has POB shown much of a difference? POB did not show me much of a difference when I did my preliminary, messing around with crit versus non-crit. The only time that I started to see a pretty big difference, I say pretty big, but it honestly really wasn't that big, especially in game. It would not, present itself to be that big, but I only started to see a difference whenever the investment got actually wonky. I would be spending mirrors on the build by the time I saw massive differences start to show up. Which of course the build is currently sitting around 100 Divine. I haven't calculated it exactly super recently, but my estimated guess is that it's around 100 Divine for, the kit, the gems, the jewels, all that good stuff. So we're way far away from, a mirror, obviously. How much is this build going to cost me? I've gotten 50 divs ever since your last Sparkweaver build without cast on shock. Yeah, so like I just said, just to reiterate, it's currently, the current setup is somewhere around 100 Divine. It's probably actually cheaper than that now because prices on a lot of things are going down and down. So might be cheaper than that. Kind of that 100 Divine number is based off what I paid for stuff. But I do think generally things are going to be a lot cheaper. Ingenuities have plummeted in price. The Melting Maelstrom has plummeted in price. Pretty much every unique, I assume Warrior Invictus has probably gone down as well, although I haven't checked. So do with that what you will. What's the best Divine farm for you? So far, the two best ways of making Divine for me have been flipping stuff on the trade websites. So using live searches to find, really good jewels that are underpriced buying them out and then pricing them at a higher point, selling them for a massive profit. And then beyond that would be the Trial of Secamus. I did, just from the 20 run test, I made at least like 50, 60 divine already. And that's like not, that's with a fair bit of things having yet to sell. This is a different Spark build? No, this is still the same Spark character. It is. There's been a lot of updates and changes since the most recent video, though, to be fair. But still quite similar. Quite similar. Not the exact same, though. And is there a progression? Like I can buy some stuff first and get better and then buy the rest? Or do I need to buy it all at once for the build to work? You can definitely do it as a progression, Rumple. It does not, it's not like if you don't have all pieces of Exodia, you know, it's not going to work. It's definitely like a progression thing. I mean, that's how we did it. We, you know, had to work for all the currency or we had to get all the currency progressively and upgrade things as we went. Is Secamus for sure better than Trial of Chaos? Yes, I would say Secamus is for sure better than Trial of Chaos. The main reason is because every time you do Trial of Secamus, you have that chance to get the last flame. And if you get the last flame, you know, you're selling it for 400 plus divine. And like the comparable thing to that in Trial of Chaos would be the Adorned Jewel, which if you get one, you're selling it for like a little over 100 divine. But the problem is, to have a chance to get the Adorned Jewel, you also have to spend, you know, like a divine each run to get the fragments for the Trial Master. Whereas for Secamus, you don't have to spend anything. You do your initial investment for the relics. Once you have your relics, you can just run it infinitely in perpetuity, and you always have that chance to get the last flame and just instantly become rich. And even if you take out the last flame and you take out the Adorned Jewel and you're just comparing like Trial of Secamus to Trial of Chaos with no Trial Master, I would still say Trial of Secamus is a bit better because you're getting those Desperate Alliance vases. I don't have any now because they all sold. But you're getting the Desperate Alliance vases. You're getting just so many jewels. The only thing about it is it's like a little bit more annoying because you have to put like a lot less of the stuff you get. You just bring straight to Alva. But, you know, the Desperate Alliances sell super quick. They're super easy to sell. The Spectrum jewels sell super quick. Very easy to sell. The annoying part, though, would be like the regular jewels and the time lost jewels and the relics and stuff like that. It's going to be more annoying than just taking everything to Alva like you can do with Trial of Chaos. But I think you will make more from Secamus. And especially in the long term, you know, with the last flame, eventually you're going to get a last flame. And, you know, at that point, you can pretty much fund most builds. Yo, what's up, Scrotum? How you doing, brother? Oh, shit. You running Cast on Shock still? I am. Cast on Shock for me feels just too good to give up. Like, if I dropped Cast on Shock, I would have to change the build so much at this point. So many of my jewels have, maybe not so many, but a multitude of my jewels have increased energy gained for meta skills. I mean, yeah, I've got the 60 spirit necklace or amulet. If I dropped Cast on Shock, it would be super, it'd be way different, I guess. Have you gotten the last flame yet? I have not. Unfortunately, I have not. I wish I did, because if I did, I would have enough divine for all the fragments that I need. But I have not yet. unfortunately. Speaking of which, I'm not gonna ask for it, even though this may come out that way. But I am gonna be making a video where I farm Arbiter of Ash, and I don't know how many of them I'm gonna do right now. I have enough divine to do about 25, like 25 Arbiters of Ash, or I could fund 25 Arbiters of Ash. But if any of you are like done with the league and you've got extra fragments laying around or extra divine that you don't care about, and you want to, fund me to do more, feel free. I think at a max I would do 50 though. So definitely, if people have more fragments than that to hand me, then I'm gonna probably just stop taking them. But I would probably be willing to do up to 50, unless it's super quick. If it's super quick, maybe I'll do more, but I'm not sure yet. But yeah, we will get to that when we get there. I do have a bunch of chaos that I could transfer over to divine as well at some point, but I'll worry about that in the future. But yeah, unfortunately, no last flame. So, anyways, though, like I said just a little bit ago, we're going to start off with an around the world. We're going to just kind of put the build through the ringer, see how it performs against everything. We're going to start off with potentially the hardest content, and that is going to be a simulacrum. We're a T4 simulacra. Hopefully this isn't a repeat of last stream where I did this off stream and had no issues, and then now I'm going to do it on stream and have issues, but hopefully not. Also, our frickin' conductivity is huge now. We made a couple of additional changes to the passive tree, getting these 4 nodes with our second weapon set. What's your Atlas tree for Simu? My Atlas tree is just the whole left side. But I don't think this does anything for the actual simulacrums, though, to be fair. What is your Spark DPS at right now? My Spark DPS is at 151k or 180k with Controlled Destruction. Like, against bosses, I use Controlled Destruction, so it's 180. If I stack up my Sigil of Power, we're up to 288 in the Sigil of Power. Alrighty though, let's start it up.
You've stood against so many horrors and survived. I think it's time to at last test your limits.
And at least from my testing so far, the build is at the point where it can just do T4 Simulacrum without like any changes, basically. Like I don't need to use, I don't need to swap in lightning penetration whenever it's higher monster Ellie res or anything like that. I can just like sit here and basically AFK the whole thing.
Garukan favors me.
We also got a little bit more mana recovery on kill. So once I get to like the later stages of Simulacrum, I can literally just hold Spark down and I'll never really run out of mana. In these earlier stages, there's just not enough mobs for it to really quite work, but that is okay. It doesn't hurt to hit our mana flask every once in a while or just tap Spark a little bit. Scoot up just a tiny bit.
This is only the beginning.
Victory is mine.
And I would imagine from the little bit of testing that I've done that the only thing that could really cause a major issue for our simulacrum is actually this mod right here, funnily enough. That's interesting that it's active, or it's going to be active for the next wave. But it's when monsters deal extra damage is cold. This would be like, you know, one of the things that if I wanted to take the build further, I certainly could. But it would also, like, I'm at the point where my next upgrades are going to be like 50 to 100 plus divine each. One of them would be a Dream Fragments. If I got a Dream Fragments ring, I wouldn't be able to get frozen. But like, I never get frozen. The only time I get frozen is like maybe once per simulacrum, and it doesn't really cause me to die in my experience. So it's an example of ways that we could improve the build further, but I'm not really in the position or in the... Like, one, I'm just too lazy to really... Maybe not too lazy, but... Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. I guess just, like, the idea of getting a side grade, like, something that's not actually going to improve the build much for 100 divine, just doesn't sound like something I'm really interested in doing. But I will talk about that type of stuff in the guide. But it's just like, it's not something that makes much sense to me to go spend 100 divine on a Dream Fragments whenever 99.9% of the time it's gonna make zero difference for me. And actually, I think in a lot of cases it would maybe even be not worth wearing the Dream Fragments. I don't know for sure. I'd have to actually run the math on it in POE, which I have not done yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if it would just be better to run a Breach Ring over Dream Fragments whenever I'm not in danger of being frozen at all.
A rare treasure.
And technically, I'd maybe be more open to it if I didn't have this plan to do the Arbiter Vash stuff. But I actually, like, I need to keep my divine for the Arbiter Vash video just because the fragments are so expensive. I think it's actually like probably about 4 divine per attempt on Arbiter Vash or something like that. It might even be more, but somewhere around 4 divine per attempt. I have 1 HP and 0 yes. It's because I'm playing Mind Over Matter, which makes my mana pool effectively my life pool.
Are you trying to cleanse yourself of me?
Didn't break a sweat.
That actually reminds me that for Simulacrum, I should be using my lower level lightning conduit though. Level 18 one. I almost just
Garukan favors me.
nuked my mana with those 2 bosses there. Honestly, for Simulacrum, I could probably use like a level 16 lightning conduit or even lower than that and I'd be fine. Just because the bosses actually don't have that much HP. But yeah, now there's so many monsters that we can literally just hold down Spark and we just recover enough mana on kill pretty much to be good to go.
I need more time.
Oh, nice. I actually need to be selling stuff. Let's go for Divine Jewel. For the people asking about the build, the finalized build guide with the planners and the trade links and all that stuff, the plan is to have that out tomorrow morning. I'll be working on it, or I'll start working on it immediately after this stream. This stream, part of the purpose of this stream is to just like do the final test of the build, put it up against all the really hard content, and just make sure it clears everything very comfortably. And then once we've got that, confirmed, immediately after the stream, I'm going to start the process of working on the finalized build guide and planners and trade links and, all that good stuff. Yo, what's up, Harold? Sky, I should say, my man. Can't wait for the new season. I've been on the Wilds, Monster Hunter Wilds, I assume. Yeah, I've got a couple friends that have actually picked that up, started playing it as well. Looks pretty cool, but I've never really gotten into like the whole Monster Hunter series. I played one of them a couple years ago, a little bit, but other than that, I've never gotten super big into them. Switch from CI? No, I'm still playing CI in Fauna. I still got CI. Yeah, I can't wait for the new season either. Are you done with the season, Sky? If so, I might have a question for you.
You can't get rid of me.
Depending on, of course, if you want to. You obviously do not have to. And also, I'd say only really if you're done with the season.
Didn't break a sweat. Wall of flame. Not yet.
When do you use Frostwall? I only use Frostwall for Trial of Secamus. I use it to like blink through the walls in the gauntlet. There's a little bit of a cheese strategy you can do. Yeah, I got all my goals done for the season. Word. First off, congratulations, brother. I know you've been an absolute beast in this season. With that being said, if you have any extra Arbiter of Ash fragments, I'm going to be doing a Arbiter of Ash farming video here in a little bit. If you have any extra Arbiter of Ash fragments laying around, let me know, and I will gladly take those off your hands if you're not planning on using them. Like if they're just going to go to waste, obviously. So currently we've got 100 Divine. So we've got enough to fund about like 25 runs, but I'm open to doing upwards of like 50, depending on how much I can farm in the next day or two to like buy the additional fragments, or if people just have extra fragments laying around that are just gonna go to waste, of course.
Nothing you do matters. The dream will end, and the dreamer will pass into the next world.
Oh yeah, this was probably a cold damage round, because you can see I got frozen, which like pretty much never happens, but What's your current level? I'm currently level 94. Right up here. Oh, I got frozen again. Thankfully, it doesn't matter. Our sparks are still just zooming around, blasting everything.
A rare treasure.
Also, definitely let me know how Monster Hunter Wilds ends up being. There's a chance I might end up getting it to play it with some of my friends every once in a while. Maybe I'll stream it in the interim until we get the next season out or something. I'm not sure. How much is your mana regeneration per second? While moving, it's like in game it says 1122, but according to my path of building, it says 1674 mana regen per second. And I think the reason why it's different is because there are certain nodes, like right here, just as an example. You know, I get more mana regen if I've shocked an enemy recently, and there's like other things like this as well. But yeah, so our mana cost per second is quite a bit more than that. But part of the reason it looks like I'm regenerating so much mana is because I have 3 jewels with recover 2% of mana on kill. So I've got one here, I've got one here, and then I've got one here. So every time an enemy dies, I recover 6% of my mana. And just to get an idea of what that is, 7167 times 0.06. So every time an enemy dies, we get 430 mana back. And obviously there are a lot of monsters dying during simulacrum. Yo, what's up, SJ? How you doing, brother? Yo, Stellar Amulet, let's go. Follow your build. Is this jewel good? That jewel is pretty good, Mirror Hunters. It's not like the best jewel in the world, but it's definitely a really good jewel. It's probably worth a decent amount too. Yeah, it's probably worth, I wouldn't say it's 10 divine, but it's probably worth like 5 divine, give or take. It's definitely a good jewel. Is that an Astra? No. Not an Astra. It's just a regular Stelly. Stelly Welly. Yo. What's up, Alex Penty? Oh yeah, SJ. I'm gonna ask you the same, or I'm gonna mention to you the same thing that I mentioned to Sky, just because I've known you for quite a while. If you are effectively done with the league in POE 2, and you have any additional fragments like these for the Arbiter of Ash laying around, let me know. If you're not planning to use them, I will take them off your hands, because I'm going to be making an Arbiter of Ash farming video. Currently got enough to do about 25 Arbiters of Ash, but I'm willing to do upwards of about 50, so if I can get my hands on any additional ones in the next couple days from people that are just done with the league, then, you know, there we go. Of course, make sure you are not actually going to use them and you're done with the league. You know, I don't want to, like, don't want you to feel pressured or anything like that if, you know, you're still playing and all that shit. I don't want it to come across that way.
power in this object. I can feel
Do you sell your keys of Secamus? No, I don't sell them. I just hold on to my my Jin Barias. It's been a minute since I've seen the Spark. How's the damage? I fiddled with mine, got to 140k with Archmage and Hideout. I'm waiting for you to update to see where I can min-max. Yeah, my Spark is currently sitting at 151k in Hideout, or 180k with Controlled Destruction, which is what I use for bosses. Goes up to like 300k with my Sigil of Power and stuff. But the finalized build guide should be coming out tomorrow morning, or just tomorrow at the latest. So I'll have like the full consolidated set of info for you tomorrow, Alex Penty.
I need more time.
Alrighty, wave 14, 15, or 14 of 15. Not even looking at the wave modifiers at this point. Hopefully we don't get extra cold damage on wave 15 or something. That would kind of suck, but...
Garukan favors me.
Will the new build guide be a leveling guide or just endgame build? Just endgame build. Yeah, I appreciate that, Alex Penty. I'm glad to hear it too, brother. I'm glad to hear you're able to learn a bunch from the builds and the guides and everything so far. That is amazing.
Believe me, you will fall.
You need any more Sims as well? Nah, I wouldn't say so. Sims are kind of cheap at this point. I mean, if you've just like got extra ones sitting around and you know you're not going to use them, I mean, I'll take them just because I've got a couple extra video ideas planned. And you know, who knows, maybe they'll fund a future video idea as well, perhaps. But I wouldn't sweat it.
You will burn.
There we go. Little T4 simulacrum. Pretty easy. Can pretty much just like close your eyes, AFK. Literally just spin around in a circle, mashing spark, and everything dies. All right, I appreciate you sharing the content as well, Alex. Thank you, my man. Bless up. Bless up. Yo! Sky. Bless up, brother. Holy. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me clear space super quick. Dump number 2. Okay. Alright, that should be enough space, hopefully. Oh my goodness, guys. Sheesh, I appreciate you, brother. True homie funding the YouTube videos. My goodness. What a beast. I mean, I'm gonna just say, SJ, if you have stuff, I'll take that. I definitely don't need it at this point. Anybody else, though, you know, you're welcome to donate for like future videos or whatever, but from Sky alone, we just got everything we need. You know, we've got enough. We could already fund about 50 or 25 arbiters. We can now fund another 25, so that's, you know, right up there at 50. I don't think we're going to need any more than that. So that's, you know, that's 50 arbiters there. So we can get working on that video in the next couple days. Oh, some little waystone. Some high waystone maps. I appreciate that. I actually do have a couple of citadels hiding around over here. I've got a copper right here, which I should actually go do pretty soon. Is the triple element monk video you did from level 1 still good after the update? I would say so. I would say the monk video, there's been no like massive updates that would invalidate the monk video at this point. If you love Gamba, take it. Okay, I mean, we'll take it. We're not going to use it, but it will certainly sell for something. I could also actually, I could vault this. Yeah, you never know. Could end up being something crazy.
How can I help?
But I'll just hold it for now. I don't know. I have no idea what I'm going to do with it at the moment. Throw it in here. My little special tab. And then for these nice maps that SJ gave us, we're going to throw these in their own specific map tab for when we do some whatchamacallits in the future. Some citadels. I kind of need a different... Let me put these in a different tab really quick. Put them in this 20 run relics profit tab for now. They'll stay nice and organized over here. I think next season I'll be able to make a raw mirror, so end of season div burn will be wacky. Yo, let's go, brother. Yeah, I anticipate, like, because I mean, this season I knocked off pretty much all of the rust from you know, like the break between playing POE 1, you know, however long ago that was, and you know, obviously coming to POE 2. So I anticipate next season I'll be making a lot more currency than I did this season. I mean, I started making a ton of currency around the end, right around the end, with like Sekimus and Trial of Chaos and all that good stuff, and live searches on jewels and everything. But I anticipate I'll be making a lot more next season. And also, I've started to kind of get a rhythm going for the content creation, like, you know, managing actually playing the game and content creation. It's much, much harder to do that, like, 2 months ago, whenever I was really in the process of knocking off the rust. But now that I've knocked off a lot of the rust, it's, you know, it's a lot easier. Actually, I also have these 2 perfect jeweler's orbs. All right, shout out Miro Hunter. Thank you, my man. Okay, so next up, so we did the T4 Simu. Now we're gonna go do Breachstone. T4 Breachstone. For now, we're gonna do just a 1-person Breachstone, but based on how quickly I envision this boss is about to die, we may end up doing a 2, 3, 4-person Breachstone here in just a little bit. I think 4-player would be like way too crazy. Like I'm sure my build could solo a 4-person breach, but it'd be a little slow, I think, or it's like not gonna insta kill it, I don't believe. So, you know, we'll see. We are gonna make a slight little change here to the passive tree. This was some stuff I was tinkering around with. I would not really recommend this for like regular play, like if you're just playing the game, but if you're trying to like, you know, see just how quick you can kill a boss, I think for bossing, something I've come to the conclusion on doing is to unspec these 4 chain points. So for simulacrum, I unspec this point and these 2 points for the skill effect duration, just because you're in that small arena that having your sparks just bounce around more and more is quite nice, even though I don't think it's necessary. For bosses, if you just want to see like just how quickly you can kill them, I think something you can do is unspec the chain, because the chain is not doing anything for you in the bosses really. And instead you can put on these 3 points for a little bit of extra damage and increased chance to shock. And then you can slap on this point as the final one, the chance on consuming a shock on an enemy to reapply it. And the reason why this node actually is quite valuable is because if we look at our POB here, with our just regular setup at level 94, like what we would use for maps or simulacrum typically or whatever, just like whatever we're doing, Trial of Secumus, Trial of Chaos, we would use this. If we go to our calculations, we have an 88% chance to shock. I got a little caught off guard by this because before this was 100%. The reason for that is because we still had Mana Tempest as a skill, and it was calculating as if Mana Tempest was active, but of course we do not use Mana Tempest, so I ended up having to take Mana Tempest out of the POB, and that brought the chance to shock down to 88%. But it's relatively easy, you know, if you're trying to just like, you know, get a clip killing a boss in literally the snap of a finger, you can unspec these 4 points, at least for my exact setup right now. You can come down here, grab this and this. We go back to our calculations, and we're back at that nice, juicy 100% chance to shock, which is quite valuable. And that is, to be clear, that's 100% chance to shock, even against, like, pinnacle bosses. I would say maybe not Arbiter of Ash. Let me see here, actually. No, yeah, even against Arbiter of Ash, 100% chance to shock, so it's pretty bussin'. Also, if you're wondering why we've got this lightning res lowered, it's because before we were using the built-in Path of Building lightning exposure setting, which if you'll see, like 274 is the average hit. If I go to 50 and then put that on, you'll see it matches exactly. So it is the same, but the reason why putting it in manually is actually better, I believe. I mean, it doesn't really matter, of course, but for some reason, a lightning exposure, like the little box here that you can tick, it doesn't do anything for your lightning conduit. I assume that's a bug. I think that that's not intended, but if you change it manually here, it does. You'll see like my lightning conduit is 5.4 mil with the negative 20. If I put this back to 50, goes down to 3.2 mil, and then lightning exposure on, and for some reason that number doesn't go up. And the reason why our exposure is doing 70% reduction is because our exposure is 40% naturally, due to, you know, exposure just by itself is 20%. Yeah, 20% to the specified resistance and lasts for 4 seconds. Don't think there's a way I can, like, really, I can't put my mouse up there, but yes, lightning exposure is 20% naturally. Then we have this additional thing, Scouring Winds, that's another 20%. And then we have 75% increased lightning exposure effect, 30, 40, 50, 75. Calculator, do a little bit of quick napkin math. 40 times 1.75, 70. So if the pinnacle boss has 50 resistance, we reduce them by 70 all the way down to negative 20, which is why at 50 with lightning exposure on, it's 274,999. With lightning exposure off, negative 20, 274,999. The only difference is the lightning conduit damage. So I just like to do it manually because I'm pretty sure that's a bug. You know, maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's a bug. A bug. Can't speak.
Step closer to legend.
Your Trial of the Secumus is the best one I've seen, Pog. Hey, I appreciate that, Infana. Thank you, my man. And yeah, I imagine within like the first couple weeks of the next league, I will be at a similar point to where I'm at now with, well, maybe not exactly, but like I'm gonna be moving so much quicker next league. It's not even gonna be funny. Like I'm gonna have build guides out so much quicker because I'm just gonna be making so much more currency. Everything's gonna be moving a little bit smoother. Which one of the new classes are you most looking forward to? Asks Tempo D. Druid. Druid is definitely the class I'm looking forward to the most. Beyond that, it would be the Templar probably, or like Shadow. There's a couple other things, but definitely the Druid is number one. Alright, I'm going to gamble this guy's Moira Invictus for him. You guys know what happens when I gamble. It's a bad look, so we're about to just destroy this guy's Moira Invictus. We're about to absolutely annihilate this guy's chess piece. That is a nicely rolled chess piece too. I hope it goes well. Hey, no problem, Tempo D. I'm glad to see you were able to finally catch a stream. I appreciate you stopping by, my brother. Have you tried beating the game in hardcore yet? Recently, just lost mine yesterday. I have not tried hardcore yet. Next league, I will be trying hardcore. And, like, next league, I plan to try hardcore and solo self-found at different times. I'm not going to do a hardcore solo self-found, at least not immediately. Like, before I do each CSSF, I'm going to do them each individually first. Because honestly, hardcore trade actually does sound pretty fun to me. Like, honestly, it sounds pretty damn fun. Yo, what's up, old man card? How you been doing? What you suggested to made an act 3 with your monk? Not trying your ranger from 0. Should finish the monk, but scroll's got to be chased. Thank you for the work on the builds. Hey, I appreciate that, man. Glad to hear you're enjoying the builds, and congrats on making it to Act 3, my man. Thank you, thank you. Alright. Time to absolutely destroy this thing. Okay, let me give this a little bit more love on the quality there real quick, because it was only at 16%. I knew it. Disaster. 35 max life, bro. Oof, oof, oof. Ah. Sorry, my man. Sorry, brother. It happens. I'll take the 2 div. Thank you, thank you. I guess. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Like, my gambling luck in POE has actually been terrible. Like, I have not rolled an extra socket on, like, anything. It's actually so nuts. Or, like, on anything that was, you know, I really wanted to roll an extra socket on, I have not. I don't know why. My luck is just poop for gambling. It is rough. Alright, let's take care of this T4 Zest really quick. Depending on how this one goes, I might do a multi-person Zest right after. So if you want to possibly be one of the people that sits in just to increase the HP of the boss, be prepared. I'll probably do a 3-man. Yo, old man card with the Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate you, brother, man. Thank you, my man. Thank you, thank you. I see Guard abandoned us for the Twitch side. Hey, I mean, hey, I won't discriminate between Twitch or YouTube. I love you all. Hopefully this is what this guy needed, right? This guy just invite me to a guild? I'm already in a guild, my man. Alright, let's put back in the big boy lightning conduit. Swap our controlled destruction in. Let's head back in here and... Oh, wait, what? Why did it put me all the way at the beginning? I don't feel like I've ever had it do that. Every time I portal out at the end, it always puts me like back where I was. It's kind of weird. Very weird. Yeah, very weird, very weird. Best soul cores for Spark Mage, the increased maximum mana soul cores are certainly the best, I believe. Yo, what's up, Crisp? How's it going, brother? It's going good for me. Hope you're having a good day, my man. Alrighty, start the recording. Oh, my neck. Holy crap. Yo, what's up, Firelord? How you doing, brother? Alright, we got our controlled destruction. Got our cast on shock activated. Everything is good to go. Think crit is better on LA Deadeye on 20-day budget or no crit? I would assume crit is better on Lightning Arrow Deadeye. There's like a lot of really good crit nodes pretty close to LA Deadeye. Well, honestly, not super close. Actually, I don't know. I take that back, actually. I'm going to be honest and say I don't know. I did crit on about a 20 div budget, and it worked really well. But I can't say for sure if it would be better than no crit, because I think no crit would also be really good. But I'm pretty sure crit would start to get better as your budget gets higher, and it would get better quicker for like a Lightning Arrow Deadeye than it would for Spark, I would say. Alrighty, let's take care of this Zest really quick.
We in nightmare. We that are one. Thread the we that
Not bad. Not the quickest kill I've had. Not the quickest kill I've had, but it was pretty good. Annulment? Ooh, we got a controlled metamorphosis too. Nice.
I can feel it.
Yeah, I've definitely had a quicker kill. Kind of would like it to be a quicker kill, but we'll take that for now. Okay. Let's check out this controlled metamorphosis. Medium large? Wait, this is like... Oh, never mind. This is very similar to mine. It's got the same rolls, just different ring size. Alrighty. Let's see. Let's try. Let's try a 2-man breach.
How can I help?
See what happens. So, Sky, if you want in Sky, I can get you in. Miro Hunter, I can get you in. Sky, I'll give you priority just because of the big fat donation you gave. If you want to be the second person, let's go. And then if we do a 3-man, then I'll get Miro in, or somebody. Yo, Vini, is Greater Lightning Bolt any good? How would you compare it to Lightning Conduit? Honestly don't know. I haven't done like a ton of testing with Greater Lightning Bolt. I don't think it would be the same as lightning conduit though. So I forgot to change my stuff around. There we go. Holy auto bomber things. Is there a way to sort gear by tiers on trade site? Not that I can think of, no shade. Also, I appreciate that, brother. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying the Spark Guide. Any idea when the new league starts? Should be around March 20th, give or take. Oh, whoops, I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, Sky's build looks so crazy. How can you move fast while using Spark? The best way to do it is by just like tapping Spark every once in a while. Just don't spam it. If you spam it, you start to get really slow like this. But if you just tap it every once in a while, you're stay moving pretty quick. Obviously, the more DPS you have or the more damage you have, the better or the easier it is to just tap and like still kill everything, obviously. Alrighty. I don't know how quick this will be. I also haven't done this in a while, so hopefully my mana isn't like an issue. Ah, man, that was not bad for a 2-man. That was actually pretty good. Okay, well, I guess we got to do a 3-man now. Let me invite this person who wants this jewel, and then who wants to be the third. Try the 5-man Arbiter. Yikes. I don't know about that, Harold. Or Sky. I don't know if the build is quite at the level for the 5-man Arbiter. I'm not gonna lie. Don't think it's quite there yet. Never mind, my IGN is bannable. Okay, yeah, we need someone else then. Or why can't I kick someone from the party, actually? Kind of weird. Oh, it's because I wasn't the leader. I see. Is that a bannable name, Carl? Like, I guess I don't know. I don't know what that means. I'm not gonna say it out loud. That's for damn sure. If it's like bad, but I don't even know what it is or why it is bad. So, got no clue. Just do a 6-man. What's SJ? Get in here, bro. I need you for a 3-man zest. Are you online?
Hello there.
Ah. Alright. Tree-man breach coming up. Let me actually start recording this one too. What will you start the new league? I'm thinking Monk. Monk bossing is good, but clearly yikes. I'm hoping Druid's gonna be out. If Druid's out, I'm gonna do Druid. If Druid's not out, then I might do Pathfinder. Or I guess priority list would be new classes. So if there's Druid or Huntress out, I'll definitely do one of those. If not, then I might have to look at the new Ascendancies. Whatever new Ascendancies look fun. And if like none of the new Ascendancies or new classes look fun, then I'd probably either do like a minion build or maybe Pathfinder or like a totem build or something. Yo, what's up, Sirox? How you doing, brother? Holy catalyst. Sheesh.
Garukan favors me.
Oops. Okay, controlled destruction. Slotted in. Alrighty. Alright, I think, yeah, I'm gonna turn my cam off for this just because I might use this. Oops. I might use this in my build guide video. This is a 3-man solo Zesh.
That our one. His message burns in infinite pursuit.
Oh, SJ. You little goober. Okay, SJ might have been smacking the boss. I'm gonna assume that SJ didn't do too much of the damage there, but I actually don't know, so I might have to hold you hostage for another one, SJ. No attacky. No attacky. That's on me, though. Okay, well, yeah, I mean... Should I do a 4-man? I mean, we definitely could, to be perfectly honest. Okay, let's do a 4-man. Come on, Carl. You're coming in. This time, SJ, even though I imagine you're probably, you know, I completely believe you're telling the truth, but just for the video's sake, because I'll probably use this at, like, the beginning of the guide, just don't throw any bombs, because... you know, people are gonna comment and say, "Oh, you got help, it not fair, not fair, cheetah, cheetah." Let me get this fourth in here. My shoulder. Holy.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay. Four-man breach. Here we go. Holy frost walls. Auto bomber looks so funny on my screen. Okay. Y'all can feel free to have any of this stuff there since I'm robbing y'all of your time. Not mine, if y'all want to take any of that stuff. Okay. Yeah, for cleanliness sake, everyone stand top left near sky. Here, SJ, come stand over here just so you're off screen. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, my man. Also, we just got a regular Twitch sub, actually. Mr. Pilkey with the regular Twitch sub. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much, my man. Thank you, thank you. Shout out, Mr. Pilkey. Alrighty. I'm going to turn off the cam again, just in case I end up using this for the video. We got a four-man... we're doing a four-man T4 Zest. Bro, I can't speak. This is a T4 Zest, 4 people. I'm going to be soloing it. Let's see how it goes.
That dreamed. We in nightmare.
What time?
We that are one. Run.
No, he went immediately underground. Oh goodness, he's going for my boys. Ow. Damn. Wait, my build actually cranks. That is crazy. I really did not anticipate that the build was gonna do this much damage. Like,
A rare treasure.
holy. Well, shit. Okay, we'll call it on the 4-man. I think that's pretty solid. It sucks that he did his little, you know, sucks that he did his little shark maneuver, like went underground. But even with that, I can just kind of cut that part out a little bit, show the actual DPS from after that mechanic. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that back at some point. I mean, that was crazy. All right, I appreciate y'all. Appreciate everyone that hopped into the party, able to give us that extra HP. Thank you. I'm gonna say for Zesht, the build does more than good for Zesht. So, yeah, that was kind of crazy. Oh, no. All right, next up, we have got Arbiter of Ash, tier 4. Tier 4 Arbiter of Ash. Also, I'll go ahead and say now, we've still got a couple more things to do, obviously, but after we are done with the Around the World test for the Sorceress, I will be doing build reviews for some period of time. Not sure how long, but if anybody wants me to like review their build to help them or react to their build, like maybe they got something really cool, like Sky's build obviously looks sick. If you want me to react to your build, just be prepared with like some clips. You can put them in the clips and highlights channel of the Discord server, or if you have a YouTube video, you want to link me for that. But if you've got, if you want me to react to your build, you can just throw some clips in here, the clips and highlights channel. Or like I said, you can do a YouTube video, whatever works better for you. And if you want me to review your build to try and like help you in any way that I can do possibly, try and be prepared with a max roll planner or a POB, but POB or max roll, both would be fine. Keep in mind, if it's not one of the builds that I've already done and like worked on and published guides for, I'll help you however I can, but my knowledge is going to be more effective for builds that I've already done, obviously. But I have kind of, put up or I've gathered a bunch of knowledge at this point, put it all together in my noggin. So I would say that my general knowledge, even for other builds, should still be pretty good. Okay, I was told by someone that this Atlas tree point actually affects Arbiter in like a bad way, so hopefully that doesn't brick us. I don't want to take the portal because I don't know if I take the portal if I'm gonna like lose my fragments. So I'm just gonna send it with this node, and if something goes wrong, I'll take off this node and try it again. Is that amulet better than the Azure one? So, no shade. It's more so that the chess piece we're running now is really good. And since this chess piece doesn't have any spirit, we kind of needed to get spirit from our amulet. And this is a really good amulet, but most importantly, it gives us that 60 spirit that we need for cast on shock. I don't know if I missed it, but did you go over your passive tree now? Not really. The only thing I've gone over, like the only thing I'm really going to go over so much with the passive tree, I mean, what I can do is I can, if you want to clip it really quick, Island Reef, I can just like, you know, drag around my passive tree and you can clip it and then you can, you know, mimic it if you want. As far as going over it, all I'm really going to do on this stream is just go over like the tiny little changes I make depending on the content I'm doing. Although I wouldn't really recommend making any of those changes if you're just playing for fun because they're not necessary. I'm only doing it to try and just get like the best, you know, the quickest kill times possible on certain bosses. So dropping like these 4 points to do bosses. Obviously, I keep these points in for the vast majority of content, but for bosses, you can drop these 4 points. You can take this plus these 3 points. Gives you a little bit of extra oomph on bosses. Obviously, not necessary, but a little bit better for the clip. And just trying to get like that quickest possible boss kill that the build can really put out. Will the Maxwell build get an update and a new video? Yeah, that's coming out tomorrow, Hydra. I'm going to be working on it immediately after this stream is over. Currently doing an around the world test of the build. We just did T4 Simulacrum, did T4 Zesht in a 4-man party where I soloed Zesht. He died in a couple seconds. Yeah, we're just doing like an around the world test. We're about to do T4 Arbiter Vash. Just testing the build, making sure it's completely good to go, and then the full updated finalized build video and Maxwell Planner, POE Planner, trade links will be coming out tomorrow. So this is different than the Endgame you posted the other day. Yeah, this is different than the most recent video. The most recent like build update video I posted was like over a week ago at this point, I think. What's your Spark DPS at the moment? 190k prior to Sigil of Power. Sigil of Power, it goes up to like 300 plus K. Could you do 4-man Zesht with crit build this easy? Probably not. Like, not for this level of investment, I don't think. I mean, it'd be similar, though. I think it would be similar, OB1, but I think the non-crit build for the amount of investment I've put in would probably be a little bit better. At around 100 Divine. If you're spending mirrors, like thousands, like literally thousands and thousands of Divine on your build, crit is definitely going to be better, though.
You are too late. The fourth edict already burns for your world. Your affliction upon her will soon be erased. The mother soul must.
Bro, every time that shit jump scares me, man. Oh my goodness. What is this thing? Hey, we got him down. No mechanics. Skipped every single mechanic of the boss. That's not bad. That's not bad. Love to see how it goes up against the Delirium run if you add all the +1 to the bosses. I'm starting this build also. I did just do max difficulty simulacrum a little bit ago, Scott. But this build can comfortably do max difficulty simulacrum at this point. But if you're on YouTube and you just go back towards the beginning of the stream a little bit, you can see the max difficulty simulacrum. Fortunately, I wasn't recording that, but I can just get the recording from my stream later. Yeah, you mean this thing, right, Scott? Like the... You mean doing this? Like the actual simulacrum encounter? Yeah. Okay, yeah, gotcha. Yeah, we did max difficulty of that just a little bit earlier on stream. I don't really know. I'm not sure how you're getting +6. Cuz I know you can do +4 from like the points, but to my understanding, we did the highest difficulty version of it possible. Um and I'm almost positive this is as hard as you can make it. It's just like these +4 points. Add all the pluses to the bosses? Do you mean these? Like these nodes? Oh. Can anyone confirm? Like, does that work? Like,
Yes.
if I were to like do this, like, does that actually get more? Is that harder than +4, or is that still the same as +4? Doesn't do anything. It's capped at 4. Okay, yeah, it sounds like this would be the same. Um I'll try it though. I'll try it. I mean, it can't, it can't hurt to try. Worst case scenario, I lose a simulacrum. So I'll try it, Scott. I tried a +4 earlier. We'll see if this is more difficult than the +4 that I did earlier. We'll test it real quick and see. Let me go back up and chat super quick though. I feel like I think I missed a little something. Yeah, an amulet similar to this is probably gonna be like 20 div, give or take. Maybe. It's like gonna be hard for me to price check this, to be honest. But yeah, it's probably gonna be like 20 div at least, I would think. Let me see if I can find something that's gonna be similar. Well, to be fair, now there's probably gonna be way less things on the market, so it might actually be going for more. I don't think it's worth a mirror. Oh yeah, these are going for a mirror because they're plus level of all spell skills. Try weighted sum V2 spirit implicit. We need 60 1 Let's do mana, another mana, increase to maximum mana. Let's just check this. Yeah, here we go. This is basically what you're looking at. I mean, like this one, for example, this is pretty similar. It's worse. Well, actually, it's not really that much worse. I mean, it's less mana, but it does have mana regen, which is not bad. It's more % mana. So this one's very similar. This one's almost identical but it is 13 days ago, so I don't know if it's still available, but this one is almost identical. This one's similar, maybe a little bit worse. I mean, it's got more attributes. It's definitely not bad. This one... This one's very similar, but 80 divine. And yeah, beyond that, you're getting to like plus level of all projectile skills. Something you could do though, which I don't think that this would make a huge difference. I mean, it's going to make a difference to be clear, but you could take off the percent increase max mana. You could do 150 on the regular max mana, and you can find, you know, cheaper ones that are still going to be quite good. If anything, you could actually find like, you know, this one is very good, but what you could do is you could do like count, level, projectile, level spell. You could do count 1 and then 1/1. You could do this. And now you're going to find ones that not only do they have your spirit that you need, they have 60 spirit, they've also got a lot of mana, and they have like +1 level, which is pretty nice. So that's like going to be more damage pretty much. So, but it's still going to be expensive, you know, just to be clear. It's not going to be cheap. There is this one sitting here for 5 chaos. I'm sure it's not available. I'll just try. I'm sure it's not available anymore, but, you know, you don't need that percent increase maximum mana stat. That's, yeah, that is what it is. In regards to the people asking about the chess piece, the reason the chess piece is so good is because, I mean, there's ways you could actually improve this chess piece, perhaps. Like, an example, something I've thought of is you could do the percent increased maximum mana and then percent increased attributes. You could actually scrape out more damage that way because we don't really need the resistances that much. If we take it off, like all we would need if we got rid of the resistances is we would need like 1 ring with all Ellie res and then 1 ring with like lightning res, or just slightly different resistances set up elsewhere, but like 1 breach ring with good all Ellie res would probably have us mostly covered. We'd need to figure out the lightning res just a little bit, but you know, that wouldn't actually be that difficult. I'm too lazy to like make that many changes to the build at this point for a minimal upgrade. Like, it's not gonna be that, you know, it's not gonna be a major difference there. But that's just an example. But the reason the chest piece is so good is because it gives us a ton of elemental resistance, which, you know, that frees up space on our rings. Like, we don't have any Ellie res on either of our rings. Makes, you know, just the rest of the gearing a lot easier. What's the difference of weighted sum V2 and non-V2? The difference is weighted sum V2. Basically, the difference to me, the way I use them, is when I use a weighted sum V2, I would do like, I weight everything at 1 and then put the minimum. And for example, like another one I would use is res. So I do like cold res, fire res, lightning res. And if I want my item to have 50 total resistances, I could just do this. And then obviously it's not going to show up right now because it's on an amulet. But now if I do it, I've got over 50 resistances. I don't actually know precisely what the difference is, but I just know weighted sum. When I do this, it's for like a much larger number of stats. And it's basically, it doesn't need to have everything that you're putting there. It's just trying to find the best combination of those stats. So usually I use weighted sum, but when I'm looking for like, you know, a helmet, and I just want to make sure that my helmet has like 50 resistances, I'll just use a weighted sum V2 instead of a regular weighted sum. Where can I see your current build link? The most recent one is about a week plus old. You can type !build in the chat and it will bring you to it. But I'm going to be releasing the updated, like, finalized build guide tomorrow. I'll wait for your trade links and see what I can do. I'm running Spirit Armor at the moment. Sounds good, Island Reef. Yeah, I mean, obviously for that amulet, I'm gonna set up a trade link. Like, the trade links are gonna be a little bit rough, if I'm being perfectly honest, just because we're so deep in the end of the league. So, like, it is what it is. Truthfully, I'm gonna do the absolute best I can with the trade links to get, like, you know, the best stuff for you guys. But, you know, it's going to be hard because there's just, like, so much less items on the market right now than there were, like, a month ago. So I'm going to have to tweak the trade links a little bit to just try and make sure that there's actually items there populating when people use it. But, you know, I'll probably provide a disclaimer to that at the beginning of the build guide that just, since we are so late into the league, like, you know, it's just something you got to keep in mind. There's not as many items on the market, so whether or not you can find it for more expensive or cheaper than I found it is going to be, it's going to be volatile, I guess. Whereas, you know, a couple months ago or a month ago or whatever, when there was way, way, way more items on the market, it was much more consistent. What loot filter are you using currently? I'm currently using a filter blade loot filter. If you go to filterblade.xyz, it's a website. I'm using the uber strict filter from there. Okay, let's try this +6 simulacrum really quick and see if we notice a difference here. I'm thinking we won't, but maybe we will. Monster level is still 82. I'm pretty sure it starts at 50% delirious, even on +4, so I'm not immediately noticing a difference. But we'll see what happens there.
I need more time.
You've stood against so many horrors and survived. I think it's time to at last test your limits.
Didn't break a sweat.
The passive tree showed earlier mainly focused on bouncing, hence the map part will be slightly different, right? Not really. Like, here, I'll show it in just a second after this wave. So, the exact tree that I'm going to recommend, or that I'm going to put in my build planners, is not including these 3 points. So, it's going to be, imagine these 3 points weren't here, and imagine this point, and this point were active. That's going to be the build that I recommend for everything. Mapping, Trials of Chaos, Trials of Secamus, Simulacrum, bosses. I'm going to recommend that build for everything. What I'm going to do, though, is for bossing. Like, let's say you're about to do a T4 Arbiter of Ash, and you don't have as much invested into the build as I do, so you're not, like, expecting to walk in there and just bend the Arbiter of Ash over. Something you can do to get a little bit of extra oomph for bosses is you can drop these 4 points you can put in these 3 points plus this one. And similarly for simulacrum, if you're not at the level I'm at right now and you're like, about to try to do T4 simulacrum for the first time and you want a little bit of extra oomph, I would recommend that you drop this node, and this node for these 3. But generally speaking, I'm just going to recommend that one main tree for everything because it is more than capable of doing everything. And the little tiny changes I'm making right now are just like for, top tier min maxing basically. What boss you suggest spam farming right now? If you're trying to make currency, I would suggest spam farming the Trial of Secamus. If you want to just do a boss to like test your DPS or test your build or whatever, then I would say Zesh is a pretty good option.
This is only the beginning.
I need more time. Not yet.
Let yourself be drawn into the mire.
I can't do that yet. There is power in this object. I can feel it. Wall of flame! Didn't break a sweat.
That Mahu's shield build, should I use Mana Soul Cores on all of my equipment or leave some ES boost? You should leave the ones that are highest energy shield pieces, like your helmet, potentially your chest piece if you're not using a warrior, if you're using like just a only energy shield chest piece. Basically, any of your pieces that have like 250 or more energy shield, I would leave energy shield iron runes in instead of mana soul cores. Granted, I didn't do that here on my helmet, but you know, I was just being a little bit lazy. I think probably I'd have to like sim this in POB to find out for sure. Um, yeah, I mean it's so close. It's very, very close. Um, Damage wise, it's basically no difference actually, or it looks like it's basically no difference. Oh yeah, it's no difference because it's not bringing me over a threshold. Because you're only getting an increase to your damage whenever you hit those 100 mana breakpoints. So, you know, do with that what you will. If it's not going to change you from going from like 7,200 to 7,300, you're not actually going to see any bonus in damage. So I'd say, especially if you're still using the Everlasting Gaze, then keeping some high energy shield iron runes in is probably the way to go. Any suggestion what to do with precursor tablets, the irradiated ones? I would just reforge or throw them away unless they have increased quantity of items found, pretty much. I mean, I kind of just slap them in my stash and just let them sit there, but realistically, yeah. I would never use an irradiated tablet unless it had like 20% increased quantity of items found, probably. And I don't know if I'd say that's the best way, SZY Mon, to increase your damage, but that's one of the good ways to increase your damage, is getting increased mana soul cores wherever you can. Give me one sec, chat.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
All right, I'm back.
Victory is mine.
Yeah, technically, your stuff won't necessarily get wiped, I don't think, unless they're doing it differently for early access, but it's all going to be moved to a different league. So if you want to play in the new league, then yeah, you have to start over from scratch. And you'll keep all of your stash tabs, but they'll be empty on your new character. It'll be similar to if you made a solo self-found character right now. Like if you made a solo self-found character right now, loaded it up, it would be similar. But obviously when the new league starts, it'll be Like, you won't have to be solo self-found. That's just what it will be like. You'll have all your stash tabs, all that stuff, but they won't have anything in them. There'll be no currency, no items, no nothing.
You can't get rid of me, exile.
You will burn!
Yeah, I could be wrong, Scott, but I don't think it changes in difficulty. It feels, obviously I haven't finished it yet, but so far it feels the same. Difficulty is just like a regular +4. I mean, true, yeah. I mean, if technically it is possible. If it was more difficult, like, there's a chance that the build is just at a point where it's, like, not going to be, like, I'm not going to be able to notice. I will say, like, this number does actually seem higher than normal. Like, I don't know. Like, 140 only at wave 11? But because I'm pretty sure it caps out at 150. For tier 4, like regular +4, it caps out at 150. So if this caps at 150, then I think it's the same. I'm pretty sure if it goes over 150 though, then it is more difficult. I don't know if somebody can fact check me on that, but I mean, worst case scenario, I can just check my recording from earlier.
Garukan favors me.
%50 monster Ellie res. This could be rough on wave 13 or whatever I'm on. Wave 12. I think we'll be fine though. Wow, we're frozen. Instantly obliterate the bosses. Like, that's why cast on shock to me just feels so good. Like, maybe if you had a multiple mirror level investment spark only build, you would kill the bosses, like the mini bosses, that fast, but I feel like it would be very difficult to kill the mini bosses that fast with like a spark only, no cast on shock build. Nice. Alrighty, there we go. There we go, fellas. Yo, Miss Crows with the Twitch Prime sub. Appreciate you, appreciate you. Thank you so much, Miss Crows. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. Yeah, chat. Like chat. There could be something. I mean, I'm sure you could make something with this low key. I wouldn't know what off the top of my head. I'd have to think about it a little bit, but it does seem like an interesting staff. It's got ridiculous crit chance. Almost 17% crit chance is insane. You have 60 spirit chest piece? I do not. I have a 60 spirit amulet. Made my Sorc Warrior build. Maps clears very fast, but absolutely suck at bosses. Seems like not shocking enough. Can't find the reason why, so... Started all jewels with shock chance, still no damage. If you're running cast on shock, which it sounds like you probably are, because you said, you inserted jewels with shock chance, which would realistically probably only make sense if you're running cast on shock. You might also just not be doing enough damage to shock. If you insert or if you import everything you have into Path of Building, there's a way that you can actually see your chance to shock. And obviously you can set this up to be against pinnacle bosses. And of course, you know, I don't think you need 100% chance to shock, but getting closer to 100% chance to shock is going to be nice. And I will be releasing the updated and like finalized build guide tomorrow, which might be able to help you out some. It's hard to say, you know, for sure though. But well, you know, if you follow the build guide that I put out tomorrow, like to a T, then you should just be annihilating everything in the game, assuming you have the right amount of currency to invest to get everything, of course. But yeah. But you could, realistically, you could actually invest about a quarter of what I've invested, and you'd still annihilate pretty much everything in the game except maybe T4 Arbiter and definitely T4 Simulacrum. Like, you wouldn't be able to do T4 Simulacrum unless you had pretty high investment, I think, because T4 Simulacrum is just so damn difficult. But you could easily do a quarter of the investment that I've got here and like slap everything except for T4 Simulacrum and Arbiter. And so you could then easily go slap around Trial of Secamus, like absolutely destroy everything in Trial of Secamus, no problem, and just make a ton of currency for free, and then eventually you would obviously be able to get this level of difficulty or this level of investment at some point. See the modifier and focus? Sure. Here is the focus. And I know someone was asking about jewels earlier, and I think that was you, Carl. I'll show my jewels in just a moment. That sounded kind of weird. Pause. I'm not gonna show you my jewels, Carl. I'm going to show you my in-game jewels in the passive tree. Here are the jewels. So we've got first things first, I'll just quickly add, someone else in chat said it too, but yeah, for your cast on shock, you want to get up to 150% energy gain modifier. The reason for that, I finally kind of figured it out, did the math on it and everything. When you put your lightning conduit into cast on shock, you have a maximum energy of 300. I believe that means you require 300 energy to actually proc a lightning conduit. The reason for this, I'm almost positive that 300 energy is what you need, to be fair, is because it's a little bit complicated, but the base cast time of lightning conduit is 1 second. And then if you come up here and you read energy, it says, when calculating energy gain or consumption from the use time of a skill, modifiers to total use time are treated as though they were double the value. So 10 maximum energy per 0.1 seconds. From 1 second, that's 100. And then we've got plus 1 second, which, due to the way that energy thing is phrased, that plus 1 second is actually 200 energy instead of 100. So that's why you end up with this 300 total for every cast, or for every cast of lightning conduit. The reason why 150% energy gain is quite important, or I don't know if I'd say important. I mean, it is important, but it's more of like a break point if you're trying to min-max, is because by default, you are gaining 2 energy gained per power of shocked enemies. So every time you shock an enemy, you're gaining 2 energy per power. Unique monsters always have 20 power. So like Zesht, Arbiter, Pinnacle bosses in general, whatever, are always going to be unique monsters. So each time you shock a unique monster, you're getting 40 energy. 300 divided by 40 is 7.5. However, which means you would need to shock 7.5 times to proc lightning conduit. However, if you do 40 times 1.5, which is what it would be for 150% energy gain modifier, that brings you up to 60. So you're getting 60 energy per shock. And then if you were to do 300 divided by 60, you come out with an even 5. So you only need 5 shocks. You need 5 shocks per lightning conduit, which is quite nice. Alternatively, another breakpoint that I thought is worth mentioning, I'll probably mention it in the build guide video, is 1.25. Because if you do 40 times 1.25, or 125%, that puts you at 50, which would be 6 shocks. 300 divided by 50, 6, and even flat 6 shocks per lightning conduit. Obviously 150%, bringing you down to 5 shocks is going to, improve that and make it even better, but, worth keeping in mind. And out of curiosity, when is the next breakpoint? Is it 1.75? 300 divided by 70. No, it's yeah, so the next breakpoint would be like, you'd need like 190% or something like that. So basically that's not really realistic. I mean, you could get 190%. It's definitely possible, but I don't think it's worth it. I think you're much better off just sitting at 150. And I was actually over 150, before this stream, but one of the new jewels we got rid of some of our energy gain, just a little bit of that min-max. Lightning conduit, you should put it at 20% quality for sure. That percent chance to reapply the shock is quite nice, like very, very nice. Lightning conduit was setting max energy to 300, adding conductivity went up to 370. I'm not sure why adding conductivity would put it up to 370. But if it does, I would not use conductivity. Oh wait, you're saying conductivity to curse. I was thinking of conduction. Well, no, yeah. The reason why it goes up to 370 is because conductivity is a 0.7 second cast time. So that's why it's an additional 70 energy. I'm not going to say that that would inherently be a bad idea, although it sounds like a bad idea to me. Like, not terrible. Like, it's not going to brick your build necessarily. But if you were to do that, then you're going to have a different breakpoint than me, because you have a different amount of max energy. But I would recommend if you just get conductivity and put cursed ground, so that way you can just place your conductivity down and it stays there forever. Like, you can just drop it before bosses, and it's easy peasy for bosses this way. Not to mention my conductivity literally lasts like a legit year. Damn near at this point, it seems. Yeah, dead purted. Yeah, if you don't have any jewels with increased meta skill energy gain, and you don't have these nodes, that would 100% be why. Because right now I'm using these nodes, plus I have one jewel right here with 9%, one jewel right here with 10%. I think that's it, actually. I've only got those 2 jewels, but I've also got these nodes. And all of that together is bringing me up to that 150. Like I said, I did have one additional jewel. It was right here that also had meta skills energy gain. But we just don't need it because, you know, we were at 165% with that. And obviously we just could find a better jewel than that and still be above the 150% breakpoint. Okay. Anyways, though, next up. Next up, let's do the T18 map, I think. Start the recording, even though I don't think I need to record this for anything, but just in case. As you can all see, this is a 36% Delirious, tier 18. It's actually an increased ailment threshold map as well. Obviously, increased ailment threshold is not amazing for us, but I think we're going to be fine. And we're throwing it into a double level increase, so it's going to be a tier 18. Realistically, I mean, the build can do T4 simulacrum, so, you know, I'm sure we're going to legit obliterate this map without any issues. But like I said, we are doing the around the world, just testing everything to be sure. Oh no, I forgot to reset my simulacrum points, so I'm not going to be getting all the simulacrum splinters. I like that new purple text on the Delirious maps that drop. It's pretty cool.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
Tier 2 precursor tablet. Sheesh.
Victory is mine.
Little mini boss gets instantly deleted.
A rare treasure.
How the hell do I get over here? I guess this is how.
Victory is mine.
Send a few quick kills to the Discord. You know, when we send the breach one law. One thing you can do, Sky, if it's like not letting you send the videos because they're too long, you can go to Google and hold on, let me find it. If you go to Google and you go to this website called Streamable, I think is what it is. Yeah, Streamable. You can upload the videos here, and then you can put the link from the Streamable website into the Discord server. And it's a way that you can like get around the file size limit in Discord.
Garukan favors me.
Let me teach you the power of the Eternals, Marrakesh fiend.
Oh no, a map boss. Ah!
I must travel light.
Okay. Well, yep, the T18 map was, I don't know, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not even sure how we could have died in that. It seems like it'd be very, very difficult to die. Okay. Alright, next up, let's go do a Trial of Chaos super quick. Do a Trial Master. Realistically, it kind of goes without saying at this point, if you've been here for the whole around the world, that we're about to literally just annihilate this. But I'm just going to do it for, you know, I mean, it's not going to hurt. And then more importantly, I'm going to do it because at the beginning of the guide video, I'll probably make like a little short montage of sorts. And I'll probably just do like a little edit of a bunch of the bosses being killed and just instantly obliterated. I don't actually even know if I'll include this one just because I don't want the montage to be too long. I want it to obviously include like the hard bosses that we did, like the T4 Arbiter and stuff, but we'll see.
I can't do that yet.
Don't get overconfident just because you beat the first room. The flora overwhelms. Try not to die.
Yes, sir, Sky. You already know, brother. You already know. I personally think that the all mana version of the build is a bit better, just because, I mean, it's going to be more expensive too, but I think the all mana version is a bit better just because of the fact that you get more damage, and it's like you lose some defense. Obviously, when we went from Everlasting Gaze, we made the swap around to straight mana. I would say you lose some defense, but it's like, it's almost like an unnecessary amount of defense at that point that you're losing, because obviously, even though we lost that defense, we're still, you know, we're not dying. So it's kind of like, if you can just scrape out a little bit more damage to, you know, kill T4 Arbiter without having to deal with any mechanics, or to be able to comfortably do T4 Simulacrum or whatever, I would say it's worth it.
I need more time. I need more time.
What diamond is it? It's the controlled metamorphosis, and you need it to be a massive ring. If that's what you're talking about, Lacliber. I assume so, but yeah.
This is just a warm-up. Coagulated masses before you. Will you prove to be food or fatal?
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
Impressive.
Yeah, the shield, SZY, the shield will give you a lot of defense, to be perfectly honest.
Protection decays.
But it's like, if you're comparing it to a 10 to 20 divine focus, it's gonna give you less damage. But it will give you a lot of defense.
My expectation.
But my recommendation, or at least the way I did it, you know, I can only speak from my experience, really, like my experience or my research. I went from a cheap focus, like a couple of 100 exalted focus, or like a 1 divine focus, up to a 12 divine Mahu. And then from there, I went to a focus that's probably worth like 20 to 25 divine. And that was like my progression path, and it felt really good for me. Definitely, I will say the focus definitely added a lot of damage, though. But yeah, technically we could actually do T4 simulacrum with the Mahu shield, though. I actually have done it. Or just technically, I mean, I'm able to do everything with the Mahu shield. It's just like I don't vaporize bosses effectively. Takes me like 3 to 5 seconds to kill a boss instead of like half a second. So 20 divines focus better than Mahu? Pretty much. That's what I would say. Worst part of that is without Mahu, I have only around 4.5k mana. Do you have the Warrior CZ Mon? I'm just gonna call you CZ Mon to make it easier on myself. Because yeah, if I didn't have the chest piece, I'd probably only have like 5k mana.
Be stripped bare before chaos.
Why don't you have energy shield no more? The reason I don't have any more energy shield or energy shield anymore is because I no longer have the everlasting gaze, which I was only getting energy shield because of the everlasting gaze. We had to get rid of that to get a spirit amulet, so no more energy shield. It's just mana now. I would say so, CZMon. I mean, that's what I'm doing. I'm at, 7,100 mana and 7,100 mana, no Mahu, and I mean, can't really die. I can just obliterate everything, so it feels pretty good. It's also very nice because once you go away from energy shield, one of the things it does for you is it allows you to drop all of the energy shield nodes. Like, no longer do you need any energy shield points on your passive tree, so you can allocate those points towards damage instead. So like, obviously you can get rid of all of these points, which is like 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Like, you free up a lot of points by not worrying about energy shield anymore. Could you quickly show, or wait, what's your POB damage? I'm curious to see your tree bath. Currently my POB damage is sitting at 6.6 mil full DPS. With that being said, obviously we do I don't really know why it says that number. I mean, so yeah, actually I take that back. I do know why. So I think POB, to my understanding, it doesn't calculate, like you can see here, the meta skills gain percent increased energy. It might be kind of hard for you guys to see, I'm not sure, but it's red. I don't think POB is calculating the increased energy gain. There may be other things that it's not calculating as well, but obviously we're doing way more than we're doing way more than 7 mil DPS. We're doing like 30 mil DPS or something like that at this point. But POB says full DPS is like 7 mil. So, you know. We're going to add extra points then. One good example of a place to add extra points is to come down here, grab this jewel socket, grab a wild storm, and then if you're going the non-crit version, this allows you to allocate lightning rod, but you're getting lightning rod and you're getting wild storm at the same time. Additionally, I used it to come get these points as well, alternating current. These are like super, super high value nodes if you can get to them, but if you haven't gotten rid of the energy shield points, it's kind of hard to get them.
I suggest you aim for the head.
That last ES node, over my mind, over matter, that is true. That is true. You are right. This does give 4% increased mana. You're not wrong. But I think it's definitely worth not taking these points if you're not going energy shield. Because, I mean, yeah, 4% mana is nice, but I think it's worth it not taking those nodes if you don't have energy shield for sure. There are better places to spend those 4 points in my opinion.
Don't die.
So I switched out the meta jewels for chance to shock, trying to get 100% chance to shock. Wonder if that was wise. I think you want to do both. Like, I am on bosses, I'm at like 90% chance to shock, or I'm at 100% chance to shock with just like a minor change to my passive tree. But you also want to, like, ideally you want to be at 150%, 150% energy gain modifier as well. Yeah, I would say some silly stoner's probably right that the meta energy gain is more important, but at the same time, like, they do both go hand in hand. Like, if you have good energy gain, but you're not shocking at all, you're not going to be proccing cast on shock. Vice versa, if you're shocking a lot, but you don't have enough energy gain modifier, you'll at least be proccing it, but you're going to be proccing it slower than what you would like to be. Can you quickly show the gear update? Yeah, kinda. So, I mean, from the previous build update, the main changes in gear are that we dropped Everlasting Gaze for a Spirit Amulet. Here's the Spirit Amulet. We dropped our Spirit Chest Piece for a Warrior Invictus with mana and all Ellie res, and of course, maximum mana soul cores. We dropped our Mahu Shield for a +2 focus, +2 level of all spell skills focus with mana, int, mana regen, etc. We have a better ingenuity now, 78% ingenuity instead of 67, which is what it was before. We have 2 breach rings that are both quite nice. Lightning damage, mana, dex, mana regen, lightning damage, mana, cast speed, intelligence. We've got some rarity. We actually, like, this is something I didn't mention before, but everything we've done so far with the around the world testing that we've done, we're actually doing it with 46% rarity of items found because we slotted in rarity onto our helmet and gloves. Of course, if we didn't have that rarity, we could actually, we could improve the combat effectiveness of the build, but I do like to have some rarity if at all possible, so slotted that in there. We now have a +5 wand, so it's +5 mana, lightning damage, cast speed, intelligence, and then probably every single jewel has changed since the last video, so I'm not going to go over every jewel right now, but of course that will be included in the build guide, obviously. But probably every single jewel has changed since the last video. Mostly just upgrades, but also I got rid of the crit on the jewels because before we were going crit, so a lot of our jewels had crit related things like chance or crit damage. So of course we had to get rid of that. Yeah, I'm also all mana soul cores. Technically, I could put the main reason that I'm at all mana soul cores now is because we have no energy shield. I'm pretty sure technically, if I put an iron rune in here, the increased energy shield would still provide an increase to my mana due to Eldritch Battery. But from what I tested on POE a little bit ago, trying to put an iron rune in here, it was actually worse than the mana soul core. So I think you'd probably need like 300 to 350 plus energy shield on a piece for it to make sense to put an iron rune instead of a soul core. I think anything lower than that, you probably want to put a soul core. Did you test a Mahu shield? Yeah, I was playing with a Mahu shield for quite a while, Stoner. That's what I was using for a long time. I had a 600%. I've still got it in my stash. 600% increased effect soul core, triple socket Mahu. And I was able to do T4 simulacrum with it. I could do everything in the game with the Mahu shield. And I was a lot tankier, and I had more mana. But I got a lot more damage from the focus, and the amount of tankiness that I lost is not really noticeable. I'm not dying because I dropped the shield, but the damage is noticeable. I went from killing, T4 Zesh in a couple of seconds to under a second whenever, not solely because of swapping the shield to the focus, but that was one of the things that caused it because, yeah, I got a lot of damage changing them out. I think I still have my Mahu in my POB. If I put my Mahu on, I lose, over 35k average hit. I lose about 1 million full DPS on POB. So, yeah.
Be careful where you stand.
Should I be looking for in my controlled metamorphosis? So for your controlled metamorphosis, the point of it is to get a massive ring and specifically put it in this top socket, so that way you can get this node, these 2 nodes, and this node without having to actually path to them. So I'm able to get these 2 nodes without actually having to take all of these points. I'm able to get this node without having to take this point. I'm able to get this node without having to take all of these points. So that's the only benefit you get from controlled metamorphosis. Everything else is a downside because you're losing resistances. For the other jewels, POB should be giving you increases for the other jewels, as you see here. For this Blight Cut jewel, the chance to shock Increased magnitude, or like what's a better one? Yeah, this one's fine. Like, it's not calculating the meta skill increased energy, but the cast speed, the elemental damage, and the magnitude are all contributors to my stats. So if I take it off, I lose DPS. If I put it back on, you know, I gain DPS, gain average hit damage, etc. Oops, I didn't even do the boss yet.
I'd be wary of its breath. Chance dictates you will lose eventually.
Azkapa. No Azkapa.
Your trial is yet over, mortal.
Oh yeah, watch me get the Adorned right here, Harold. Or Sky, that would be crazy.
Feel the might of chaos. My service is finally over.
I didn't even change my support gems, but homie insta died.
My service.
Come on, give me the Adorned. Here it is, Adorned. Stupid ass game. Gave me the Dookie mask, man. Come on, man. One time for the one time, bro. Had to give me the Dookie mask for real, for real. It's so sad. Yeah, like I mean, I will say, for example, Stoner, like if I just put the shield on really quick, like I do gain over 1,000 mana, but you lose a fair bit of DPS, or like you gain a fair bit of DPS with a focus over the shield. With that being said, like either one is fine. Like either one is completely fine. You can do everything in the game with the shield or the focus. It's up to you on what you want. I think for the videos and everything, like what I'm trying to do, the focus feels a little bit better because I'm able to get that like nice, crisp one shot on the boss. I don't have to deal with any mechanics whatsoever. Like I can go in, do tier 4 Arbiter of Ash, you know, instantly kill him, basically avoid the mechanics. I can do T4 simulacrum with my eyes closed, which the shield, I can't quite do that. I can still do everything, but I have to kind of like actually pay attention a little bit sometimes. Alrighty. Well, I think that's gonna cover the around the world. I mean, we did just about everything. Thanks to Sky and SJ's generous donations in combination with the over 100 divine that we already had. I think after the Spark build guide that I'm coming out with tomorrow, I'm probably going to spend right around 200 plus divine on doing 50 T4 Arbiters of Ash just for like a funny farming video, or like a fun and funny farming video. You know, I did 50 T4 Arbiters of Ash, so you don't have to type of deal. Yeah, actually, speaking of which, let's just see. Wait, what do we already have? We have, we have faded, ancient. Okay, so we need 47 weathered. Wait, which one's the expensive one? It's the one in the middle. The ancient?
Hello.
No, it's the faded. Yeah, whatever copper citadel is, yeah, so it's faded. So we need 49 faded fragments. Although, with that being said, we actually have a copper citadel right over here that I think we will go do, probably, if we have to get a couple.
Hello there.
But let's... Wait, I keep forgetting. So I've got... Yeah, I need 46 crisis and 46 ancient, 47 weathered.
Hey.
Damn, I almost have enough to get this in straight chaos orbs. That's crazy. 12, 24, 36, 48. This is 12, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12, 24, 29. So we need 21 more. That's not a good conversion. Okay, that's 50. Yeah, damn, ain't gonna fit all them frags in this tab. You not wrong. You not wrong. I was literally thinking the same thing right as you sent the message. I was like, wait a minute, this is a 12 by 12, isn't it? 144, yeah. Okay. Give me these shits back. Okay, so that's 24, 48, 50.
Hey,
Oops.
hello there.
I need 47 weathered
Hey.
fragments. Quick maths. Quick maths. 842. Okay. That's not right. I need a couple more. I need 3, 4, 5.
How can I help?
5. Then we need 49 more of the expensive ones, which is certainly going to bankrupt the shit out of us. I don't actually, like, we're
Hello there.
barely gonna have enough for these, I think. Literally barely. Yeah. Just barely. Barely. We need 1, 2, 3. 3 more. Nice. We are broke as shit. But that's okay. Because obviously after doing 50 of these, I mean, one, it's the end of the league, so it doesn't matter worth of shit. But once we do all 50 of these, we'll probably make back some currency, hopefully. Hopefully, right? You never know. Alrighty. True, that is a lot of fragments. Pew pew. Yeah, I'm not even. I'm honestly not really worried about like the profit. I mean, what I'm probably gonna do is similar to my other videos. Probably gonna run all 50, leave everything unID'd, calculate the profit if I were to just sell it all unID'd, and then I'm gonna waste it all and gamble it. Because that's fun, right? That's content. But for starters, I'm just going to calculate it if you were to sell everything unID'd, what the profit would be. And of course, we're just going to slam it all for shits and giggles and fun, and just to see what happens. You know, who knows? Maybe we'll hit a +3 levels of Spark Prism of Belief and sell it for a mirror. Am I right? That'll definitely happen, actually. Alrighty, though. We got the fragments. We're not going to start that today, though. I do plan to do this on stream, so we'll probably start that. Probably not tomorrow, but the next day. Because tomorrow I might need time to work on the build guide. If I don't, then we'll start it tomorrow, though. Can you show me one more time which points I should go when I remove ES points? Yeah, I'll just do a brief show, or here, I'm just gonna briefly go over my whole passive tree, or not go over the whole passive tree. I'm just gonna scroll around the passive tree in case you want to clip it to like look at everything. As far as what points I would recommend putting in when you get rid of the energy shield, what I did and what I'm gonna recommend in the build guide video is I got rid of everything around here. I went up this right side, came back down for the mana. Then I used the points that I got from getting rid of all the energy shield points to come over here to get this, it's a total of 50% increased magnitude of shock, which is just insane, and a lot of mana regen. And then also to come down here to get this jewel socket and to get Wild Storm. And that way I can allocate Lightning Rod on my amulet, because before I was allocating Wild Storm, but now I get Wild Storm and Lightning Rod, both of them. And then additionally, I moved my Against the Darkness jewel from here over to here. And I've also got these points, and these points, and these points, of course, for the Against the Darkness jewel. And yeah, but I think whenever I got rid of the energy shield, the only things that changed was like this section. Or, you know, I got rid of all the energy shield nodes, and I used the points to come up through here, grab this, and then grab this. Alrighty though. I think at this point though, I'm gonna go ahead and do the build reactions / build reviews. So, if you want me to react to your build, now would be the time for you to drop your whoops, hold on, I gotta change my setting really quick. Now would be the time for you to drop your clips for me to react to in the clips and highlights channel. If you want me to just react to it, you can drop them in here, right here, this channel. I'll check it out. Alternatively, if you want me to review your build and try to help you to the best of my ability without going into like massive detail, because, you know, if I was going into massive detail, I could spend upwards of 30 minutes to an hour on each build, and we don't have that much time today. I do have to go run some errands in a little bit. But I will help you out. You know, I will point you in the direction of the items I would be upgrading next. Things that look out of place or wrong or could be causing major issues. So if you want me to review your build, then you could drop a max roll planner right here in the gaming Q&A Discord channel at Benediction. So, you know, type at Benediction at me and then drop the max roll planner. And if we don't have that many, that's okay. I know it's the end of the league, so like I know there's probably a lot of people that aren't playing as much right now. I appreciate all of you that actually aren't really playing that much right now, but still stopped into the stream. Y'all are amazing. And I'm sure there are some of you that are playing, but you know, your builds are pretty figured out and all that good stuff. So if we don't have that many, that's okay. I'm still going to go through what we get, though. Starting off, Sky, the one and only, the beast that donated some stuff to us today, and he's donated before. Absolutely amazing. Mainly, he just funds some of, or not mainly, he basically has just funded a couple of the video ideas. So absolutely huge shout out to him. He dropped some clips in here from his, I want to assume his auto bomber build. I'm not sure, but we will see. Actually, I watched this one in Discord, but my Discord is a mega slow, so I'll watch these other ones like on the actual streamable website. No, come on, Discord. I'm gonna straight up just download the video. Oh my goodness. Yeah, wait, that's interesting. Sky, you play on a... Is this PS4 or is this Xbox? This is Xbox, isn't it? Yeah, this is Xbox. Interesting. Nice, nice. One of my console gamers. And next up we got... Looks like an Arbiter clip. I'm assuming this is Arbiter T4. Holy. What is even happening? Oh, it's because he's not actually dead. Yeah, that's a computer crash risk right there. Holy. Yeah, this build looks so crazy. Like, if I was doing an auto bomber build, I feel like I would want to do the frost wall one. It just looks so insane. So I got something stuck on my monitor. Okay. We got, looks like a King of the Mist here. Yo, congrats, Ebibis. Congrats on the last flame, brother. Nice. Oh, you play on PC but use a controller. Interesting. Wait, that's really interesting, actually. Huh. Why you have no cooldown on your blink? He has no cooldown on his blink because he's using a temporalis. It's the chest piece that reduces cooldowns of skills by up to like close to 4 seconds, give or take. And it basically allows you to have 0 cooldown blink if you get a good enough one. It's crazy I just dropped the flame. I'm trying to build it out now. We chatted a couple days ago about the relic setup actually when you were creating the sanctum vids. Interesting. Wait, did we chat on stream, Evibus? How much does everyone think Temporalis is going to cost next wipe, assuming there's no dupe again? Oh, gotcha. Okay, I see. If I saw your, I assume your Twitch and YouTube name are maybe different. So maybe if I saw your YouTube name, I would remember. But that sounds likely, because yeah, I do remember talking to a couple people. Same prices now. I don't think it'll be the same prices now. I wouldn't be surprised if properly rolled temporalis are literally just a mirror. I wouldn't be surprised if they were cheaper than that, but I'm thinking like 1,000 div minimum. Minimum 1,000 div. Granted, I don't know how many were duped, but I'm sure it was a lot because I think I remember the market literally getting flooded with temporalis at a certain point. Yeah, I think 75% of a mirror, that's probably about right. I mean, that is like 1,000 div ish, give or take, I think. I wouldn't be surprised if it was that much. If they fix the glitches, price would go down? Wait, which glitches do you mean, Sky? Do you mean like the dupe, or do you mean like glitches with like certain skills and builds? Instant. Ooh, nice ingenuity. The auto bomber and all those ones. Interesting, I guess. I mean, I feel like chances are though, with an item like temporalis, it's very likely that somebody's always gonna find some crazy build. Like I feel like there's always gonna be something that becomes like you're just able to make something ridiculous with temporalis to where it'll always be incredibly valuable. Although I could be wrong. I could definitely be wrong. But I feel like they would have to get rid of cast on dodge roll altogether. Maybe I'm wrong about that too, but okay, next up we got a gamble. A little oh my goodness. We got a little gamble, a little gamba short. I'm gonna move the overlay for now. Just put it right here. So I think there are certain glitches, Stoner. I don't know all of them personally, but I know, for example, there is a glitch with like cast on shock, just as an example. But yeah, personally, I don't actually know what all of them are with temporalis. Ian is saying Frostwall plus Trample Toe, like the way Frostwall plus Trample Toe interact. I assume combined with temporalis is how you create that Blood Mage Auto Bomber build, because I have heard of Frostwall Trample Toe. But yeah, I personally don't know enough because I've never had the intention of getting a Temporalis this league, so I haven't even looked into the bugs or like glitches or whatever. But so I wouldn't be surprised if there is glitches, you know, one way or the other, of course. Okay, so we got an Omen. I don't know which Omen this is actually off the top of my head. I think this is some other random Omen, actually. Oh, this one was nasty. That one was being mean. Oh, there we go. 77, 73, nice. -1, unfortunate. Oh. Yo, DDO LLZ with the gifted sub. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much, my man. Thank you, thank you. Gifted Twitch sub. Big shout out, brother. Max endurance charges. Probably not what we're looking for. Disaster. Disaster. Oh, that's not bad. +3 max fire res is gotta be kind of solid. Ooh, 23 lightning res. That's pretty solid, I imagine. Unfortunately, with the current prices of Ingenuity, I don't know how much these are worth, but like if this was earlier in the league, I mean, some of those are probably very nice. Like the lightning res and max fire res for sure would be nice. Nice clip. Appreciate whoever dropped that clip in. I'll actually check really quick. Appreciate you, D. Oh, Carl. Appreciate you, Carl. Oh, SJ has a video for us as well. I missed this because it like didn't pop up actually. SJ, the video is private currently. I think you might need to make the video unlisted for me to be able to watch it with the link. Okay. Hold on, go next for now. Gotcha, gotcha. I will move on for now. Is the Discord open to everyone? Yeah, the Discord's open to everyone. You can hop in the description of the YouTube stream. You can find the Discord invite link there. Also, the description of my YouTube channel and the description of like all my YouTube videos. You can find the Discord invite link. Actually, crazily enough, believe it or not, we've got over 800 Discord members at this point. We're fastly approaching 900, which is insane. Like, the number of Discord members we have is just crazy. I don't know how many of these members are from like the Dark and Darker and you know, the Dark and Darker and Dungeonborn days, but I'm pretty sure the majority of them are actually uh from POE. Alcatraz. Who is this? Why does I don't know. For some reason that looked like Alkaiser to me. I don't know what Alkaiser's Discord is though. Okay. SJ says it's fixed now, so I'll check that. Can we trade in the Discord? You can like trade in the general chat if you want, but don't turn it into like a trade chat. Like don't just be like listing your items saying like, don't spam the Discord trying to sell stuff. Actually, Chaos, Lady of Chaos, the sous chef, she said she can just make like a specific channel. So I guess we'll make a specific channel for trading. Still, even in there, we'll make some rules, or we'll put some rules in there. Like, don't spam, but if you've got like something specific that you want to sell or you want to give away for a good price or whatever, we'll make a channel for stuff like that. But realistically, if you have like major trading you want to do, you'd be better off going to the Forbidden Trove Discord server, of course. But if you want to trade some stuff within the community and maybe give some, a good price or a good deal or whatever, we'll make a specific channel for that. Okay, we got SJ's video now. I'm gonna put actually, let's full screen this. Slam it right here in the middle again. All right, we got SJ's video coming up. SJ Monk, level 88 Invoker, basically res capped. And what he put in the Discord is he said 10k DPS tooltip clearing T15. You don't need mega damage to get endgame drops. He's not wrong. That tooltip number does not need to be high, especially for certain builds. So far, the gear looks pretty budget friendly too. We got the Hoa gloves, but everything else looks super budget friendly. Like nothing at all looking to be majorly expensive by any means whatsoever. Actually, yeah, everything's super budget friendly. No unique flasks. Oh yeah, true. Or wait, I think he has runes, but he doesn't have the setting on to where you can see the runes when you're not hovering over it. So it looks like he has no runes, but I think he does have runes on everything. Playing a charge infusion build. I've heard about this. I haven't tried it myself, but I have heard of charge infusion. Running cast on freeze. Interesting. You're all good, Sky. Why did you change Mahu's shield to focus? For more damage, you lose defense, but you gain more damage if you get a good enough focus. If you get a good enough focus, you get big boost to your damage for swapping out the shield for the focus. I'm willing to review your build, Joe Y, but I'm gonna need you to make a max roll planner and put the max roll planner in the Discord server in the gaming Q&A channel. Also, I know you guys probably can't hear any sound, but there is no sound at this point, so I will try and I'll just add the sound though, just in case we get some sound. So we've got a 6 mod T15 here. Oh, wait. No. You're right, Ready. That's actually a better spot. Yeah. Put it in the fix my build instead. And I'll check it here. So yeah. The fix my build is a fine spot. You can put it here or gaming Q&A. I'll try and check both of these. Ideally at me. Just do at Benediction when you do it right now, but I'll check both of them. Note the Tempest Flurry is level 5. Interesting, okay.
That's good, right? Holy fucking shit.
Oh wait, those are your frickin' your those are your loop filter sounds. What are these loop filter sounds, SJ? Those loop filter sounds are so goofy. Just gonna sell this jewel really quick and we'll go back to the video. So yeah, so I'm imagining based on the gear you showed, that realistically you could probably have this setup for like 100 exalted. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less, but certainly like you could set this up for very, very cheap. And actually, oh yeah, true. I forgot you do have Hoa. To be fair, now Hoa gloves are like 50 exalted, but yeah, back then they were a little bit more expensive. Actually, next league, I mean, I assume they're gonna nerf the stat stacker builds, but at some point next league, I think I do want to make a Gemling. A Gemling Legionnaire stat stacker, or at the very least, I just want to make a Tempest Flurry charge staff build. So I can just like zoom around. Move at legit light speed, like Temporalis speed without a Temporalis. Not actually Temporalis speed, but probably the closest thing to it. I remember when the Hoas were my entire net worth. Yerp. True. We hit the come up, Sky. We hit the come up. You're not gonna use the new class? No, I'm definitely gonna use the new class. Like if there is a new class, I'll be playing that first, 100%. And I'll be figuring out that class one way or another as my first character for sure. Loki's locked out, by the way. I can hear him. Okay, let me minimize that really quick. go back to clips and highlights, see if we got any more. We got a couple more here. We got another gamble short. Let's go. Oh my sapphire rings. Oh, we making a pretty design. Wow, double pulsar cone. Couple Thieves Brotherhoods in there. Or Thieves Brotherhoods. Or Whisper of the Brotherhood, whoops. What does Dream Fragments even look like? I already forgot. That is a lot of Thief's Torments. Holy crap. Or not Thief's Torments. Whispers of the Brotherhood. Damn, I keep forgetting. Get your dog. That is unfortunate. You got so many Whispers of the Brotherhood, or whatever they're called, and Pulsar Cones, but no Dream Fragments. Feels bad. Always one away from the big win. Let's download this one again.
$100 less at $900. The 7900 XT had used and 55.8 billion transistors.
Watching like Linus Tech Tips in the back there. Okay, we got a little Spark build going.
Like the res.
Okay, it's not bad. Not bad. Hey, we'll take those. Even with very low, or I mean, I say very low, but it's even with like much lower spark DPS, but still pretty much just obliterated the T4 Zesht. Assuming, or yeah, that was T4, right? Let me just double check. Yeah, T4 Zesht, based on the HP. Nice, not bad. That's Stoner right there. I already remember that. Alrighty, so up next we got the got a couple of max roll. We got one max roll planner. Yo Wizard, I'm down to look at your build, but I'm gonna probably need a max roll planner. I can't really think of any other way that I could like look at the build, either max roll or POB, one of the two. But with one of those two, I would be down to take a look. All right, so here though we got a Path of Building, sitting at level 95. Okay, so first off, let me just try and look at the setup, like make sure everything's set up and configured correctly in POB, at least to my understanding. So we got a level 20 Archmage, 21, so we're getting that 9%, which is nice. A 20 cast on Shock, level 20 Lightning Conduit. Got Inevitable Critical. It's an interesting choice, actually. It doesn't sound terrible. It's an interesting choice, honestly. I haven't thought about trying that myself yet. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting. What is this? There we go. Okay, everything else looks about right. We've got Lightning Expo, Overcharge, Excel Inspiration Arcane Tempo. So yeah, Inspiration is swapped for Considered Casting. Not necessarily bad. First thing to note, though, is if your mana regen is actually this high, I would recommend swapping this for Considered Casting. Personally, like on my POB, my mana cost per second is like 2,700, and my mana regen is like 1,700. To be fair, I have 6% mana recovered on kill, but it was working just fine with 4% as well, which you do have 4%. You got 2 here and 2 here, so I would go ahead and make the swap off of Inspiration to Considered Casting. And then for bosses, specifically for bosses, I would drop Acceleration for Controlled Destruction. Just something to note there, just to see what that would do to your damage. We go Controlled Destruction. Why did that not do anything to the damage? I'm not sure if I'm missing something here. I'm not sure why, not sure why the Controlled Destruction is not showing an increase to the average hit. Seems like just a POB like glitch or something. Or maybe it is actually coming out to even, because you have never mind. It is actually changing.
Shout out for the sub.
Yo, SJ
Exclamation mark.
with the Twitch Prime sub. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, brother. 2 months resub. Thank you, brother. So yeah, actually, I assume it is changing, but I think it's not really resulting in an increase because you have 20% crit chance and a crit multiplier. Even though you don't have really any crit nodes on the tree, but it's because of the crit chance on the wand. And maybe you have crit chance elsewhere as well. Yeah, you've got a little bit on the amulet. Wow, you have a dream fragments too, actually. Jeez. It's a really high investment build, actually. But yeah, it's because of the crit chance on the wand and the crit chance on the amulet that the Controlled Destruction is not really making a difference, but something worth noting. Once you replace those, because I assume probably will, or at least I would recommend to, but we'll get to that in a second. Eventually, using Controlled Destruction instead of Acceleration for bosses can help with like the one-shot potential. Other than that, skills look correct. I mean, obviously, I'm not using Inevitable Critical. I'm using Rising Tempest here. Inevitable Critical sounds interesting. I'd have to test it out to see how it felt for me. But it doesn't sound terrible. you know, gives you that opportunity to just like one-shot Zesht, kind of. So it's an interesting choice. Conductivity, I'm gonna recommend you put in Focused Curse and Cursed Ground. You may already have those, but just in case you don't, I'm gonna throw them in there, and then I will re-export this POB for you so you can like look at all the changes I've made, and you'll be able to use that going forward. So actually what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take my wand, I'm gonna paste my wand in here, and we'll make a couple changes here. So if you look at my +5 wand, and then we go back to your spark, now if we change this to controlled destruction, we're up to 100k. Let me just quickly look at our configurations. So configuration's a little bit off, at least for the numbers. It's going to make a pretty big change. The easiest way to do it would be to just click this, but if you want to see the change to your lightning conduit, you should actually just calculate it yourself. So you've got 10, 40, 65. So if we pull up the calculator, that is 40 times 1.65, 66. So 50 minus 66 is going to be -16. So now we're up to 164k with 7.1 million on our lightning conduit. I'm assuming the reason our lightning conduit is sitting so high is because of inevitable critical, right? Oh, wow. What? How is your lightning conduit damage so damn high? Oh, I gotta check something really quick. Build help. I'm just gonna put R. R. Huh. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that's why. That's why. 180 shock. Let's go to our calculations. Well, son of a gun, you do have a lot of freaking magnitude of shock, though. So, I mean... let me just see if I get rid of that. I think that is still wrong, though, 180. I'm pretty sure if you wanted to manually do it, it would be like this. Assuming, I mean, this seems to be correct, actually, because, I mean, you do just have an unbelievable amount of magnitude of shock here. Like, this is a lot. A lot, a lot. You also have a lot of, like, you probably have too much energy gain. Well, to be fair, you don't have these nodes, so maybe you don't have too much. I don't think I can see. Yeah, I would have to see your tooltip in game. I'm guessing you're quite a bit above 150. So you could drop some of that meta skill energy gain for other stats. Actually, reading the Discord note here, I can see now this is what your friend uses. So, no cast on shock at the moment, though. What should I look to trade for the spirit? Oh, I see what you're asking. You're asking, should you trade the +3 amulet or the 750 ES chest? Personally, I mean, honestly, I can't sit here and say that I know guaranteed what the correct answer is. But, I mean, what I did, obviously, is I went with the Warrior Invictus chest piece and then got Spirit on my amulet. My amulet has no plus levels of spell skills, but that has still ended up feeling really good for me. You can kind of do with that what you will or what you can. But, you know, if I had to choose between these two, I mean, yeah, it depends on what the stats are on the chest piece, but more than likely, I would just go for a Warrior Invictus and then get Spirit on your amulet. That's probably what I would do. Trying to get Spirit on the amulet plus spell skills is going to be really hard, obviously. So do with that what you will. And you, unfortunately, I don't think you can get enough Spirit from Warrior Invictus. I don't think you can get a full 60, so if you go for Warrior Invictus, then you have to get Spirit on your amulet, or you can get it on a scepter, but playing a scepter build is kind of weird. Like, it's not bad, but I wouldn't know how to lead you to success playing a scepter build. I just know they are possible. You get a ton of Spirit. You run like triple cast on shock or whatever. But yeah, so if I had to choose, I would probably trade that, or I would swap the amulet, and then I would get a Warrior Invictus. Going back to looking at your friend's build, though, I mean, a couple things that I would just, make note of is he's got a crit chance wand, but he has no crit chance nodes on his tree. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. So do with that what you will. I think replacing the wand with a non-crit chance wand is going to be a good idea. Additionally, for the tree, a couple of other things I'm looking at. You could definitely get an Against the Darkness jewel here, or not Against the Darkness, but a Controlled Metamorphosis, Massive Ring, Controlled Metamorphosis, to grab this node and both of these nodes, so you could save all of these points. You can use those points to route down here and get more Magnitude of Shock. But his build in particular, I mean, he does have so many jewels with Magnitude of Shock that, like, he can't, like, there's no point in him actually getting more Magnitude of Shock because his shock is already maxed at 100%. But he could, he could get rid of some of the Magnitude of Shock from his jewels to get other stats that are going to be a lot cheaper. He's also got, like, a lot of crit damage bonus, it looks like, on his jewels, which, What is this dog doing? Okay, come on, you can get in my lap. I got a cat invading my lap. So yeah, I would say just kind of like a general note is it looks like he's kind of split. Like, he has a crit chance wand. He has crit modifiers on his jewels, and then he has crit on his amulet. but he doesn't really have any crit in his tree. I don't know if that's intentional or if that's like just kind of like it happened to turn out that way. Doesn't necessarily seem terrible, but it doesn't, at the same time, it doesn't seem optimal in my head. I would think if you're going to go for crit on your jewels and your wand, you'd probably want to get crit in your passive tree as well. So, yeah, other than that, though, I mean, for the most part, stuff looks good. It's definitely a high investment build. I mean, he's got a Dream Fragments, he's got a good Ingenuity, he's got the Mahu. I think Mahu is obviously good. He's got Rarity in his Mahu, which is definitely interesting. It's very interesting, actually. I mean, I guess he just doesn't need the damage, though, which is fair. You know, you get to a point where you don't need the damage. He's got Spirit on his chest piece to support his cast on Shock. Reasonable choice. You know, obviously you could go for the Moira Invictus and then, you know, get that from your amulet instead. He decided to go with a +3 spell skills amulet, which is a fine choice, but so that's fair. He has 2 shields he swaps between, to be fair. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm not surprised, actually. I've heard of people doing that. They've got 1 for mana, 1 for rarity, which, yeah, I can see him here, so that's definitely fair. I mean, all in all, though, the build doesn't look bad. It seems like, just from my perspective, the build looks like it has a really heavy focus on cast on shock and lightning conduit damage. And the thing that's the only thing that's a little weird to me is I don't see a calculation for his chance to shock from his spark, which, like, the one thing that's kind of like making me a little concerned or thinking like if I look at everything from a big perspective, the thing that kind of looks like, well, maybe that would be a problem would be his chance to shock, because his average hit on spark is kind of low because he doesn't have like a lot of stuff juicing up his spark damage. But for some reason, I just can't see his chance to shock. I don't know. I'm not sure why. Oh, never mind. I see why. Ah, yeah. So there it is. So yeah, if I swap to spark, his chance to shock is only 46%. So, what's his amulet, actually? Amulet allocates lightning rod. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, the shock chance, to be fair, I would have to play, like, this kind of goes without saying. If he runs around and he melts everything, I mean, if he fights T4 Arbiter and T4 Arbiter literally falls over in a couple seconds, then, like, all things considered, the build must be working pretty well. You know, at that point, it's like I can't really bash him if he's melting T4 Arbiter. But if he's not, then a couple of the places I would look to, or things that I would change, I would be getting my chance to shock up. I would be a little bit less concerned about the shock magnitude, because I feel like he's at the limit. He's literally at the cap. Like, you can only have 100% per shock, and he's there. Which is, like, good, but it also means he's probably invested, you know, that's eating up a lot of his resources. For every jewel that he gets magnitude of shock on, that's a jewel that could have another stat. And he's obviously pushed it to the limit. But I would be looking to increase the chance to shock with spark. The way you're going to do that is increasing the damage of your spark, your average hit damage, not your DPS. So, like, cast speed, although it's going to increase your DPS, it's not going to increase your chance to shock. I would also be looking to, like, get rid of all of the crit related stuff. If you've got, you know, if you're going for the non-crit tree, which it looks like he is going for the non-crit tree, he's got lightning rod allocated, and he has none of the crit nodes, then I would get rid of the crit on the jewels. I would get rid of the crit on the wand. I would ideally get rid of the crit on the amulet, but the amulet's also like really good minus the crit anyways, so it's not that big a deal. You know, you can do what you want there. And those would be like the places I would be looking, I guess, basically. Hopefully that's a little bit helpful. If I had to choose between playing my build or this build at this given moment, I would probably certainly choose my build. Just because the only reason I would say that is because I think my build, from an overarching perspective, looks more consistent. My shock, like my spark, does more damage, and my cast on shock lightning conduit still does an insane amount of damage to the point where I'm obliterating bosses. But I also have a 100% chance to shock, whereas he only has 46% chance to shock, so he's going to have inconsistency there on bosses, especially against, for example, Arbiter of Ash, where Arbiter of Ash would be down to 9. Still chance to shock 46% actually, so it doesn't make that much of a difference, but yeah. Ultimately, his build looks good, looks a little bit less consistent, but does have higher lightning conduit damage than my build. So it's got that going for it for sure. Holy 4 million spark tooltip DPS. Vini, the 10 to... Oh, my thing is, like, behind. The 10 to all elemental resistances per socket of Ritter Soul Core is mandatory. It's not mandatory. It's only mandatory if you need those resistances. I'm at the point where I could go max mana and max attributes. Like, you could scrape out a little bit more damage if you get if you drop the elemental resist for the max attributes roll, but obviously then you'd have to figure out your resistances. So you probably have to get some resistances on your rings to be specific. Get those boosted up by your ingenuity, obviously. So yes, I'm reading what you're saying here, Wizard. Take a minute or two Discord call. The problem is I don't think I'm going to be doing, like, Discord calls and stuff. Like, because the problem is if I do Discord calls for one person, then I start to begin to feel obligated to do them for everyone. Which I think is just, like, obviously I can't do that. It would be impossible. So, I mean, the best way would be, you know, you can check out Maxroll. It's a website. Or Path of Building, but Maxroll is going to be really easy. Like, I can actually just show you really quick. Grab Maxroll right here. We go to Maxroll, and we go to POE 2. So you go to maxroll.gg, you go to POE 2, you can click on Build Guides, and then Maxroll Planners. And then you go to Planner, and you could pick, obviously you'd pick Stormweaver, and then from this point, all you have to do is you come in game, you hover over your item, Control C, click on the glove slot, import Control V, confirm, and there's the gloves. You do that for all of your items. Then you would put your passive tree in, and then you would just put your skills in, like your skill gems and support gems. And then I could look at everything from that perspective. Alternatively, which that's not a bad way to go about it, Whoa, what the heck is going on? Y'all good, ready? Take it easy, brother. I appreciate you dropping the build review. It's an interesting one to look at. Alternatively to max roll, you can download Path of Building. So similarly, if we go back to handy dandy Google, you go to Path of Building POE 2, Path of Building, and then download for Path of Exile 2. You can download it from here. It's a very similar thing. It'll open up this program basically. You'll make new, you'll go to items. Once you're at items in game, you control C, control V. You can paste all your items in. Then you'd go to skills, you'd set up your skills, you hit new, spark obviously, then you put in all your support gems, etc., etc. Then you do your passive tree. And the benefit from this is, or the benefit to this over max roll is this calculates a lot of stuff for you. Like it calculates your DPS and all of that good stuff. And there's a lot of like very advanced configurations you can set up. So you can basically simulate your character against a, pinnacle boss and see how it would perform. And this is like the best way technically. So I would say it kind of has to be one of those two ways, but yeah. If I had to pick one, I would say probably a Path of Building planner. So in this program would be technically the best, I think, or at least that's going to be the way that I can give you the best advice. Yo, what's up, Noah Sky? Glad to see you again, brother. Using your monk build and have 100k DPS leveled. Thank you, Vini. Nice, brother. Let's go. Congrats. Damn, level 68 too. That's super low level for that. Nice. Did you replace something against a darkness jewel from original placement? I did, Scott. The reason for that is because once we got rid of energy shield, all of these nodes became useless. So since we no longer take them, obviously we're not getting much effect from putting our Against the Darkness here. So instead we moved it over here and we took all of these nodes around it. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them, of course. And that will be covered in the build guide coming out tomorrow. But I only did that once I made the decision to get rid of the Everlasting Gaze amulet, which means we have no energy shield. So prior to that, I kept my Against the Darkness in the same spot. And if I was still running the Everlasting Gaze, I would still have it in the same spot. How to get the strength necessary to the Moira? I'm getting a plus 30 strength on my amulet. And then I've got a couple of nodes allocated to strength down here. And I think that was all we needed for our Moira. Just got one piece with plus strength. Oh, this cat is making my legs tired. Sorry, Waka. Say hi to the stream, Waka. Meow. Adios, big guy. Oh, goodness. Friggin' legs are tired. Let's check let's take a peek here again at the Discord. Got one more clip here. Let's see. It's not the best quality, but I can see what's going on. Yeah, I was a 72 million HP Zeshed. That was pretty quick. It was a pretty quick kill. Holy. Okay, back to the fix my build. I think this is gonna be the last one we do today. Just a fair warning for anyone else out there. Maybe if we get like one more posted immediately, we'll do that one as well. But realistically, this will probably be the last one because I do need to go run some errands. So let's go ahead and take a peek at this one. Unfortunately, I can't see his full name because I've got streamer mode turned on, but hi Vini, how can I get more mana and at the same time more DPS? I'm stuck and don't know where to start upgrade. Alright, let's see what we can determine. Okay. Let's take a peek. Alrighty. So I'm assuming that you just didn't fill out all the support gems for these things, like, and that you have support gems in them in game. I'm assuming. Okay, but they're the same as your build. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Alrighty, sounds good. Okay, that's kind of what I assumed. Alright, so for Spark, can't remember what I had in my last video. I think it was Persistence, though. I'd probably drop Pierce for Persistence with this setup. Eventually, you want to get to the point where you're dropping Inspiration, and you're going to make like a big swap on these support gems, but that is going to be a little bit later, to be fair. Like, you need some pretty good gear for that. Other than that, support gems for Spark look okay. Like I said, I'd probably swap Pierce, but I know there are people that like to play Pierce. It's not the end of the world, obviously. After that, let's check the configurations really quick and just make sure. Shocked to... and it is worth noting, just keep in mind, like if you're looking at your DPS in here, that not having the support gems on some of these things will make a big difference. For example, like, you know, if you have lightning exposure on your Orb of Storms, like, for example, I'll just add it in really quick, exposure. Exposed to lightning. What are we talking about here? That's so goofy. Okay, anyways, I'll just calculate it manually really quick. Got 25. some reason 0 is not like a calculatable number. Okay, so I'll just put it at 1, which is pretty reasonable. Flame Wall, yerp. Hurricane Surge, yep. Everything else looks okay. Always moving, yeah. Everything else looks okay-ish. There could be some additional changes here. Like, I'll have to look at these, for example, see if you have nodes that are important for those. Before I go to the passive tree, though, look at the items. Okay, more mana on the wand for sure. Throw my wand in there just so you can see. Getting more mana on the wand definitely will help. Specific, I think you're using this one. Yeah, it definitely helps a little bit. It's not the hugest help in the world. It's not like a massive difference, but you know, it's a lot of POE and POB is a lot of small things coming together to make a big difference. So something to keep in mind there. This says you have 2 weapon set 2 passive points available. We'll look at that later. You cannot use Mahu. I'm kind of confused on why this says you can't use it. 37 strength, 37 int. That was weird. I'm just gonna put mine in there for now. Okay, so we got a Mahu. Wand upgrade in my case is like 20 div now. I mean, yeah, your wand's not bad, to be fair. I mean, the only thing you could really do on your wand is get more mana. I got this one for like 10 div, so I feel like you could do it a little bit cheaper than 20, but it'd be kind of a side grade. I mean, it's not a massive upgrade to just get more mana on it. I mean, it would make a difference, but not massive. So, you know, it's up to you. Helmet looks okay. You could definitely upgrade the helmet, though. What is going on? Why is all of this stuff, like, red? Like, it's, like, acting like you don't have the requirements. I'll have to look and see if that's how mine looks later. It's like, seems like it's just saying like you're not meeting the requirements, which is weird. I got better one, but without rarity. Gotcha. Yeah, I was gonna say for the helmet, getting some more energy shield would be quite nice because energy shield does convert to mana, of course. So you can see when I swap from your, I don't know if this is your better one or not. I'm not sure. But the one that was selected, this one, we swap from this one to the one I'm wearing, you go from 5,600 mana all the way up to over 5,900, which does make a pretty significant difference. The Warrior Invictus seems fine. Ideally, I mean, yeah, your fire res is a little low in this one. And ideally, you're using the one with Mana Soul Cores. You really should be using Mana Soul Cores in your Invictus, I think. I would recommend not using the all Ellie Res if you can help it. Moving on to your gloves. Ideally, your gloves here would have increased max mana soul cores. I can see that you've got resistance cores in your gloves, potentially due to the fact that you're low on resistance, obviously, I guess. I personally would just go for a Moira Invictus with Ellie Res and max mana because it makes all of these issues much easier to solve, and you don't actually get that much of a DPS increase from the attributes. Like, you do get a DPS increase, but it's not crazy. Like, if we go to mine, you lose 6k DPS, but you're like nuclearly above on all of your resistances. And so that would give you a lot of wiggle room to make things a bit more easy. Just something to keep in mind. Personally, I would go for the all Ellie Res Moria Invictus because it's going to make your other stuff a lot easier. Your gloves, they seem fine, but obviously getting max mana soul cores here would be nice. Helpful at least. At the very least, to be helpful. Your gloves are actually pretty good though, because they've got intelligence, max mana. So the intelligence is a nice touch. Ideally, my gloves would have intelligence too, but I've got rarity there, so you know it is what it is. But if I go to your gloves, actually, Golem hand, where are those? Yeah, now we're up to 6550 mana, which is pretty solid. Of course, that fire res is kind of a problem right now, but you know, it is what it is. For the boots are kind of an issue. I would definitely not go for like armor ES boots. Personally, I would go for flat ES. Flat ES is going to result in more mana because you have more ES coming in. And then similarly to your gloves, getting a max mana soul core here would be quite nice. You can see the difference between your boots and my boots is 400 mana basically, which is a pretty big difference to be fair. And yeah, I mean, 35 move speed is nice, but if you have blink, like, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't stress over the 35 move speed. Like, 35 move speed, it's that top number, so people are going to be charging ludicrous prices for boots with 35 move speed. Personally, I wouldn't stress over the 35 number. Like, the difference between 30 and 35 is not that massive. Especially when you're playing blink. That is a personal choice, though. Like, if you really want the 35% increased movement speed, that is up to you, of course. But just food for thought, the difference between my boots and your boots is, 400 mana. I'm assuming, based on everything I'm seeing, that you don't actually have Spirit for Cast on Shock. It doesn't look like you do. So if you don't have Cast on Shock, then there's no real point in playing Lightning Conduit, as far as I'm aware. Or, I mean, maybe there is, actually. Maybe you could run Lightning Conduit without Cast on Shock. It's possible. But, I mean, obviously it's possible. I don't know if it'd be any good, though. But it doesn't look like you have the Spirit for Cast on Shock currently. Casting manual, it works. Okay, I mean, yeah. Like I said, I could see it being possible, so you just obviously have to like actually weave it in and cast it. Doesn't doesn't immediately sound terrible in my head, to be honest. Something I'd kind of be interested to see or try out at some point. With that being said, um, ideally, getting a lot more mana on these would be good. Like more mana regen would not hurt. The +3 spell skills is nice, but the other stats on these aren't amazing. I mean, this one's pretty good. It's like if you could replace the energy shield on this one with mana, it'd be really solid. Obviously, you're not running any energy shield because I assume we are playing Mind Over Matter, Eldritch Battery. Yeah, so no energy shield. So the energy shield stats on this amulet are kind of dead. The other stats are pretty good though, to be honest. Cast speed and level spell skills, rarity, not bad. It's going to be expensive to get mana there, so it's kind of understandable why it's not. I assume this is bugged. Or not bugged, but just like a misinput. Um, I'm assuming this is actually like mana modifiers and not attack modifiers. If this is attack modifiers, definitely change this to mana. Also, just generally, this ring is actually not really that good. You want like way more mana on your ring. You want way more mana. I mean, there's a bunch of things you want, but the primary thing is you want way more mana. Cast speed is okay. Or cast speed is fine. Cast speed is good. But you definitely want more mana. Mana regen obviously doesn't hurt. Your mana regen is kind of low. It's not terrible, but it's kind of low. Lightning damage is nice. Intelligence is nice. This is kind of one of the issues with the fact that you went with the attributes and Mana Warrior Invictus is you need these resists, unfortunately. And in an ideal world, like if you want more damage and more mana, you want to put yourself in a position where you don't need resistance on your rings, because trying to find a ring that has really high mana, good mana regen, good lightning damage, good cast speed, like all of these other stats, and then also has all elemental resistances or just good resistances is going to be like a million divine. So if you can just remove resistances from your rings altogether, you can get like super juicy damage and mana focused ones. So that's something to keep in mind if you go back to the Warrior Invictus and end up changing that. It opens you up to a ton of additional ring options. So if I drop Atri and get all res, not gonna lose on DPS. I mean, you're gonna lose a little bit, but you're gonna make up for it and then some with different rings. Like if I put my rings in your build really quick. So if I switch you to my chest piece, you go from 78k average hit to 72k. But then if I swap your rings over to my rings, you go up to 97k. So you're set up with the attributes. You're not res capped on everything. You're res capped on everything except fire. You could easily fix that with an Against the Darkness jewel, which is what I did. Alternatively, you could get fire resistance on one of your rings. It wouldn't be impossible to do that. But the DPS goes up a lot if you get better rings, which it's a lot easier to get better rings without resistances if you have the Resistance Warrior Invictus. So that would kind of be my recommendation. And then yeah, ingenuity's good. We've got the control metamorphosis here, which is nice. There's no way you actually... Wait, did you actually do this? Oh wait, you did actually do this. Hmm. My immediate instinct is the only way this would be worth it is if you have a, like, if all of these jewels are really, really good. Yo, SJ. I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. Oh my goodness. Yeah, like, I don't think this is necessarily bad, but you have to have really good jewels, I think, for this to be worth it. If you don't have really good jewels, there's no way it'll be worth it. So, like, and just based on the ones I'm looking at here, like, these jewels are not really good. Some of them are okay. But honestly, most of these are, like, pretty mid. I mean, this one's alright, but, like, most of these are, like, 2-stat jewels. Like, from this jewel, all you're getting is cast speed and mana recover. Getting 5% LE damage, but that's, like, you know, that's negligible. This one, you're getting spell damage, cast speed. The cold damage and energy shield additional stun threshold are doing nothing. This one, you're getting mana recover, magnitude of shock, and it's only 13% magnitude of shock. The other 2 stats are doing nothing. This one, you're getting chance to shock and 10% crit chance. The other stats are doing nothing. This one, you're getting crit damage bonus, cast speed. Everything else is doing nothing. I mean, at this point, you're not playing an ES build, so, like, all of these ES nodes on your jewels are completely useless. And, like, a lot of the other jewels have, you know, or some of the jewels have stuff that's not ES, but it's also not, you know, not really doing anything. So, yeah, so, I mean, and also, not to mention, I mean, you have jewel socket slots up here. Like, for example, right here, you went this way, but like, you have jewel sockets up here that are very, very close that, you know, are, because jewel sockets are good. Like, don't get me wrong, jewel sockets are good. Obviously, they're not as good if you don't have good jewels to put in them, though, but there are good jewel socket slots up here that you could grab that are, like, way easier to input into your build than, you know, going all the way down here for these. Although I do know there are people that do this type of strategy, but like I said, you have to have really good jewels to make it worth it, and these jewels are just not really good. Like, they're okay, but, like, you know, really good jewels are looking more like, you know, this, or not this, like this, you know, spell damage, cast speed, magnitude, and meta skills. You know, cast speed, elemental damage, magnitude, and meta skills. You know, like, getting 3 or 4 stat jewels, and they're all, like, really good stats. Like, that's when it would maybe begin to be worth it. Otherwise, though, it's not going to be worth it. So if I take polymathy out, what should I grab? Um, there's a lot, to be perfectly honest. So first thing, since it looks like you're playing crit at first glance. Actually, I mean, you have lightning rod. Wait, do you have lightning rod allocated? Wait, you do. Wait, what is going on here? You got me confused, Sam. Wait, you are playing crit or you're not playing crit? Because if you are playing crit, then lightning rod is a no-no. Because lightning rod has to be non-crits. Huh? Probably. Okay, so if you are playing crit, then you shouldn't allocate lightning rod, I would say. So what I would do, I guess if I were you, is I would unspec all of this. I would unallocate this. I would allocate Wild Storm. And I would get rid of like all of this stuff. I would take those points. So like here, actually I'll just do it really quick. I'll get rid of this. Get rid of this. We'll leave that jewel socket for now. Let's take the amulet. Dread Noose. Where's Dread Noose? There it is. Anoint. Wild Storm. Tree, you were 95, so we've got a lot of points to work with. Boom, boom, boom. Whoops. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, there's your weapon set passives. Now we just got your regular passives to work with. Okay, we're grabbing this, that, 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 that. If I was going crit, yeah, we know this is fine. Boom, 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 boom. Chances are you probably want these, because I don't think you have too much meta skill energy gain. But also, actually, wait, no, you're not playing. If you start to play Cast on Shock, you'll want these. Without Cast on Shock, I wouldn't worry about these, actually. Definitely this. You said you are playing crit, so you should get this. Level 87 now. Bro, wait, why is this saying you don't meet the strength requirements even though you're way above the strength requirements? What is it even talking about? items. Oh no, you actually don't, because the increased attributes, I guess. Oh, dexterity. Whoops. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, definitely this. Holy. You need this. I mean, touch the arcane is like massive, massive, massive. Um. Yeah, I mean, you're 1 point over. I have to figure. I mean, you can just take that away for now, but that's kind of meh. Yeah, I mean, that's fine, I guess. So yeah, touch the arcane and increases the effect of arcane surge, which you're getting arcane surge from constant gale. Arcane surge gives you cast speed and mana regen, which is quite nice. So yeah, I would set my passives up something similar to this. And then yeah, obviously, go back through everything I said about the items. I would make all those changes to the items. Your jewels can definitely use some upgrades. If I'm being just, bluntly honest, like some of them are okay, but some of them could definitely massively need an upgrade. Like any of the ones with energy shield related stuff, the energy shield is obviously not doing anything for you at this point, so getting rid of the energy shield would be quite valuable. Go to our calculations here. Getting higher, more magnitude of shock would be quite helpful, which you can get from your jewels. We got some of that from your tree now with this node, or these nodes. It's quite nice. Eventually being able to get overcharge as a support on your spark will help out with that as well, which unfortunately you don't have that at this exact moment, but you can get that eventually. Yeah, and I guess like everything else, I mean, unfortunately that's kind of like probably everything I could do at this time, just because I do have to go ahead and call the stream here very, very soon. I know someone else mentioned they were dropping their link. Scrotum Assassin. I really wish I could help you out with your build right now, man, but unfortunately I do have to call the stream here because I just have to get going soon. What I'll try and do for you is I'll try and look at your build maybe when I get home and see if I can just send you some pings on Discord. Like I'll at you and see if there's anything specific that looks like, I would definitely be upgrading very soon, etc. But and this goes to everyone. Obviously, tomorrow hopefully tomorrow, I do plan to have the finalized build guide coming out, which should be able to like help probably realistically more than everything I'm doing right now with these like individualized looks. So, the build guide that comes out tomorrow should help a lot, hopefully. 1 better jewel, 2 mana ring, 3 passive tree. That's a good start. I would also say the Moira Invictus too. Don't forget that. Like ideally the increased attributes and maximum mana is a good one, but getting the all Elirez version is just, it makes everything so much easier. So I would definitely personally recommend the all Ellie Res Mortar Invictus. But yeah, the Mortar Invictus, better jewels, better rings, and then respec the passive tree. That is the route I would go. And I mean, honestly, it's kind of a tall order, but like realistically, because a lot of your items are pretty good. Like your amulet's fine, your boots are okay, your gloves are fine, your helmet's fine. Well, this is my helmet, but you know, your helmets are okay. Your shield's good, your wand's good. Like a lot of your items are good. Your ingenuity's good. Your rings, pretty sad. Like definitely need to change the rings. And if you like basically get new jewels across the board, you accept your metamorphosis. There's maybe one or two in here that are okay, but for the most part, replacing all of these jewels, replace both rings, replace the Mortar Invictus, and then swap the passive tree, and your build should feel a lot better. I wish I could hot rod, but unfortunately I cannot, brother. I have to go ahead and end the stream. I have a real life matters that I have to go attend to. I cannot keep the stream going any longer at this point. I do apologize. Actually, before I do that, let me Sam updates. What I'm going to do for you, Sam, is I'm going to at you. Or no, I'm just going to reply. Wait, no, that's not it. Wait, where were you at? Were you in gaming Q&A? Is this you, Sam, right here? Okay, I'm just going to reply to your message. That's the max roll link to basically all the changes I made, just in case you wanted to like see the passive tree to kind of like copy it from here. Or you know, the items that I was able to throw in and stuff like that. In case you want to see all that stuff, I'll just put that there for you. What affixes do you want against the Darkness Jewel and Spark build? Increased maximum mana and some other secondary stat that is potentially helpful. In an ideal world, for like 90 div, you can do increased maximum mana and increased intelligence, but like I said, that's going to be like 90 plus div, so very, very expensive. What I did is I did mana and fire res, though, so I used this to help out with my fire res. Alrighty, well, I appreciate all of you for tuning in, checking out the stream today. It's been a couple days since we streamed. Been a little bit busy. Had to get some things ordered for the stream setup. I'm gonna start working. You know, as soon as I get home from running the errands, I'm gonna start working on that guide video. Hopefully, I can get that posted tomorrow morning. If not tomorrow morning, it will be coming out tomorrow. Or I'm gonna, you know, do everything within my power to get it out tomorrow. It's gonna be as informative as all of my other ones. It's gonna be trade links, max roll planner, POB planner, a bunch of information caked in there. It's gonna be a banger, absolute banger. And then after that, the next goal is to do the 50 T4 Arbiters of Ash. We're going to make a video about that. We'll be running these on stream. Should be a fun time. See just how much currency we can pull in from 50 Arbiters. This was about 200 Divine worth of fragments, so stupid expensive. See if we can make more than 200 Divine from the unidentified stuff. And then we're going to slam all of it, gamble it like a degenerate, and have a good time. Appreciate all of you. Thank you so much, Sky/Herald, for funding yet again another video. Hopefully that will not be necessary nearly as much, if at all, in the next league. But I appreciate you nonetheless, my man. Other than that, everyone take it easy. GG, chefs.